Oh. It's time. Hello. It's time to serialize. So I left off trying to figure this out, or not really figure it out, but more just trying to implement it. I was tired. I was struggling. As you can see, I did a whole lot off stream, which is to say I wrote maybe a couple lines. Anyway. A nice thing that I found is that when you try to retrieve a concatenated name, it returns a string name, which I was going to make a string name anyway to guarantee that if I keep calling this for the same node, it's going to essentially just return the same path in memory. String names are I mean, I haven't actually looked at it, but as far as I'm aware, a string name is essentially just stored, cached permanently whenever you make one. Maybe they have references, I don't know. But the idea behind them is that, you know, it says comparing them is extremely fast. Comparing them is extremely fast. Right. Maybe I should go look at the actual implementation or something. Okay, anyway. I'm just trying the start and the finish part, and I'll have like data logs in between. So I'll say start event just returns me a packed byte array that I pass to these functions. And so I'll have to pass and it will append data for me. And then when I call finish, we need to add it to character logs. So first we'll have to get the size of the string. Should be bytes, decode U32. At 0. This gives me the size of the path. And then, oh, do I do like string? What does it say? Get string from UTF-8. Packed byte array. Okay, well. Somehow I have to split this. I'm not really sure how to extract a section from here. Slice. There we go. That's what I want. From 4 to 4 plus path size. Right. Then I convert this to a string name. What is multi-byte car? Nothing. Yeah, and just to be clear, the reason I'm doing it this way is because while Godot does have like have a way for me to save a string name, unfortunately, this only works if I know the exact order of everything that I'm serializing, and I know the size of it, pretty much. Godot does not store the length of certain... Pretty much, it doesn't store the length of anything that's a variant. It will store a byte for the type. Some variants, like only the string, I think, stores a length. And then it just runs on all the bytes of the variant. So the reason I'm doing it this way is because I can guarantee that I know this is a U32 at offset 0. They could definitely change the serialization to be like a U64 or something if they really wanted to. I know for a fact I'm not going to have paths that large, so... And technically it does store strings with this, with the U32 at the front. But I think they still take like an extra byte to tell you what type it is. I know what type it is, so. So I get the path. And then I will go to character logs. And essentially write out everything else. So and yeah, if this was C++, it'd be a lot nicer because I don't have to make a copy of this. It does suck that I have not spelled written bytes correctly yet. What is this B swap? Swaps the byte order. Yeah, they really need like a write. Or at least a set where I can set like a range. for this. Because it's really annoying that I have to make a copy of this to add it, and then I have to do append. Whatever, though. Okay, so I need to get the log. So I want to do get or add, path, default, act byte array, I think. That's how I do that. What is this? Can I send a value type string to a variable? Oh. Yeah, this is one thing that really sucks, actually. I mean, I guess I kind of just can't really use this. I guess I can just return string name. I guess this would actually be node path. I'll just validate node name. Oh. What is local scene? If resource local to scene is set to true and the resource has been loaded from a pack scene, returns the root node of the scene where this resource is used. Okay, well that's not going to be true. Is there anything with a node? Where are the methods? I think I can get... Is it window? I don't know, for some reason I really feel like there actually is a way to get to the root, or just the scene tree, without actually being in the scene tree. Let me look that up. What are they talking about? Why are they typing like this? Get main loop. What do you mean get main loop? What is main loop? Nothing. Wait. Main loop is the abstract base class for a Godot project's game loop. It is inherited by scene tree, which is the default game loop implementation. Oh. You can. You can just call get main loop and you cast it to scene tree. So then from here I can do get node something. Current scene, and then I can do get node. Ah, it is main loop. You can't. Yeah, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. Can I like downvote this? Can I dislike a reply? Yeah, they're gonna make me sign in. Never mind. So I can run get main loop, I guess. So then I can do get node characters. Hey Suki LePlante. Index. Wait, can I just pass it as a string? I think that works. Thanks for following. How are you? I'm doing alright. I am working on a log thing for like AI. So I could say something like, if a zombie sees a character, they can remember where they saw that character. They could look for it later. Something like that. Yeah, they're just showing me that they can just use strings, so that's fine. All right. A state tree? It's not exactly. My concept for it is essentially I have these senses that will save memories. One of those is going to be a log of like character information. Then I have goals that will activate if certain memories are present. So one of them might be like target player if they see a player. And then the actual actions of that. So that would be calling some navigation thing, performing an attack. The next day I train an LLM for the AI of my game. No. That won't be happening. This is the only AI that will be in the game. Classical AI. Okay, so get character still possible. Start event, end event. Get the log. And then since this is an array, I just do append. No. What I'd like to do is to put everything at the front. That's not really... They don't have that. My game requires AI a lot. I think of adding generative AI to the game. I would just say... Try not to, I guess. A political sim, that could be good for... I think one thing that AI could be good with currently is I used GPT a while ago for JSON results. You can have it like create, you can you can ask it a question essentially, give it some like synopsis or something, and then it can return like a well formatted JSON response. So I would think that could be good for like, yeah, not necessarily just like going straight from the LLM to the screen, but saying like, hey, what should I mention in this news article? And it like picks out certain values, and then you just have pre-written stuff that is compiled together. I think that's that might be a fair use of it currently. As like a random decision maker, I guess. But everything that faces the player is still human written. Still making the map. Is it like 2D? You said political sim. Is it like a top-down thing with countries? Cool. Man. Only 5 regions colored out of the 125. Oh wow. This array stuff is really bothering me, that I can't append it to the front of it. How do you add to the front of an array? Just code them all in 4 colors. There are 5 parties. Use projections for the current data. Interesting. So adding to the front of an array is actually not so simple. How can I do this? I would prefer to read somehow from the front. All I can see is that I have to make a copy of the whole thing and append the end to mine. That's all I can see. So I guess I have to do that. So this one I'm gonna cut off. Is my friend spent an hour naming all the regions and their party projected? All formatted. $125 regions? It's a lot. Do you use Godot? No. No engines. Ah, custom. Alright. So it should just be 4 plus path size. To the end of it. And then I can append the current log. Then I would just set path new log. What's the problem here? The variable log has the same as a built-in function. Of course it does. Old log. Since it's a political sim, I can just get away with I'm GUI to make all of the game. That's nice. I guess I don't really have to do get or add, do I? I just do get. I don't need to add here. Old log packed byte array. New log is the trail of that. New log append the old log. And I don't, is this crashing? What's going on? I didn't even do anything. I was just staring at it. Why? That's a new one. What, huh? Also, to not get sued for defamation, you know what I did? What? Did I miss a message? Did I miss something? This just supposed to be get. That's what I changed and then it crashed. No. Maybe I just don't understand. I just don't understand. I don't know. This feels so bad. This feels so bad because here's a copy, here's a copy, here's a copy. That's so bad. What I did is the people I blame people on, I use public domain names from books. What do you mean? Hey, super furry. What do you mean, Carrie? What do you... People I blame on. So this political sim, you said it's a sim, but it sounds more like you have, like, some story. Is there a story there? You're starting with, like, some event that's going on? I mean, a typical thing that I see with games like that is they, like, take real names, but then they change the letters to, like, some goofy name. And they combine the two. They combine random first names and last names. How's it going, Super Furry? You working right now? Avoid getting sued, I blame the scandal on someone that doesn't exist. Yeah, I mean, typically you just cover yourself by saying any relation to real, whatever the wording is, any relation to real events is purely coincidence. Working hard. That's good. Dude. One sec. Taking to risks, you mean taking no risks? I mean, generally you should just be safe as long as you say that. You could literally even document a real event and just change the name. You'd be like, oh, it's just totally coincidence. We didn't know about this. We just made that up. It's crazy that that's real. The only thing you actually have to worry about is if you're lying. If you're talking about a real thing and then you lie about something that happened, then it could be like defamation. Clipping this for the courts. Yeah. I still really hate this. This is awful. Okay. Do I go ahead and write this as an add-on so I can just avoid this? Because I wouldn't have a copy here, I wouldn't have a copy here, and I'd have one here. The game is not even an alpha. Not even gameplay yet. Yeah. Definitely try to get there as soon as you can. Alright, I just gotta accept that that's gonna be the case, and I can't do anything about it. That's just gonna have to be like 3 copies there, and I hate it. Okay, okay, how bad actually is that? That could be really bad. All right, here's an idea. I'll work on a main menu. Just gotta work in translations. I mean, I don't really know what, like, if I don't know what kind of like schedule plan you have, but I know that the menu for my game is gonna be like the last thing I do. It's gonna be like gameplay is done and I'm like maybe doing some small tweaks and then making a main menu. It takes 5 minutes. So I had a thought. I could do some kind of commit and save. So I can write to a memory log several times and we're just stacking these up. And then when we're done, we do some commit where we do this final piece. We combine them all together and we run. That would allow me to say, because the real issue is if two senses trip on the same character, this would be like 6 copies. I could just bring that down, or back down to like 3. Or just cut in half. Which one would I actually be avoiding here? Actually, yeah, which one would I even be avoiding? Honestly, I'm actually not dodging anything. So never mind. If I write this, I really want to write this in C++ just to make it better, but that's a lot. Let's make a loading screen. That's a lot. I mean, don't forget about the game. Try not to forget about the game. I gotta just ignore that. So what things do I want to save? I need... I guess first of all, I probably need... How do I write, you know? I'm in a team of 2. Well, you can both work on game. Do I even use these? I don't even use those right now. I'm just gonna forget that for now. This is character memory. I have events. So just do data type. And then I would have... Let's cut that. So I need... For a particular character, I would like... I think we would work on it tomorrow or the day after. Volunteer. Oh. Volunteer for what? Data type. We get location. Which I actually want to start these at 1. For reasons I can explain. Mayor and a candidate. So you're involved in politics and making a politics sim. Interesting. I would think those two things would be pretty far apart, honestly. I've been cursing the days I work on my game because Unreal has no documentation on its augmented reality. Really? Why not? That's weird. Location. Okay, so my idea with location is we would save 3 things. We could save 3 things. In one go. My location, their direction. Would it be scene location? Yeah, let's just do scene location. One of the 6 people actually use it. My friend somehow managed to advertise the game to an NPD member. Or NDP member. I don't even know what that is. What about... So I was thinking scene location. Alright. I know what I want to store. I guess the real question is how do I get it? What's the structure when I retrieve something? I would want to... I guess the questions I want to ask is, hey, tell me the last time I saw this character. And it would... A leftist federal party. Right. Alright, do I just need to like start writing some fake code? So I understand how I want to use this. So when I'm in the goal, maybe that's what I should do. Maybe in the goal, I should just start writing the code there instead of trying to plan it out here. Let's do that. Let's do this. We'll just have data type and I'll have functions. I have no clue what this is quite going to look like yet. But what I was going to do was make memory, vision. Or get nodes in group. Why is this? Test vision character. Okay. Get nodes. Visual is going to be a packed flow 32 array. If is instance of target and character base, then I will do visual is test vision character. Test vision character. Mind parent and target. Why do they still tell me this is unused? The function getNodes in group is a static function but was called from an instance. Oh. Oh, I get it. So I don't actually need... Do I actually not need this? Because the other thing I was doing here was just having static stuff. Oh, but it does need physics ticks. Okay, so that makes sense. It does need physics tick. I guess I can just make those non-static and then we're good. This won't be possible because we're always in the tree now. Guess I don't need a knit there. Then this can just be get tree. Okay. That's why I wasn't happy. The variable range. Oh. Okay. Test vision targets is just the generic method. Okay. And then I guess at the end, I just have yeah. Well, test vision targets needs all this with a raycast query. I guess you can just make it generic, something really generic. Or I could just do test vision node. So I essentially just need that. I can exclude that one. Because no collision should happen. And then I do have to have a list of locations, which can just be other global position. And then now that I have visuals, or for each one of these, actually I have no way of tracking anything but character base. So I guess maybe I need to do like just right here that no memory container track this yet. So I guess all I do is I have to say is average a method? We call it this. What is this? Turns an array of distances to each point. Right. Oh, this doesn't actually give me... This isn't really helpful. This should give me... Because I don't get my locations out of this. I knew my locations in the other case because it was all together, but now I don't know the locations. I guess I could do... I have to compute distances as part of this. Distance is always necessary. Just resize to 1, I guess. I could do a... just another packed byte array. The first byte is a distance, which should be greater than 0, followed by a vector 3 for a direction. Or not even a direction, but just the actual difference itself. The whole vector. This says direction, but this is actually not a normalized direction. It's here, but... I don't like this. I don't think I can just use another packed byte array, because that makes it difficult to process. And it's arrays, right? Arrays are not very nice. Well, I mean, if it's a small array... No, okay. This is not right. It's not right. Because in this case I presize it, always. So it's not upfront reserving and then just setting values. I could just use a vector 4. Oh my gosh. I'm not smart. I am. But it takes me a bit. Right. A vector 4, because I just have 3 points, and then the W can just be the distance. Okay. Packed vector 4 array. Jeez. Packed vector 4. Vector 4. Results. Vector 4. Okay. There we are. Loading bar done. Crazy, man. -4, -4. I mean... I guess the idea here is I can return it early, right? That's why I pass it in. Okay, so... no hit means there's line of sight. So what I do is I return a vector 3. Sorry, a vector 4. Final value will be the distance. And the first values will be this direction. So yeah, just direction. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. So for distance and visual, if distance W is greater than or equal to 0, then average position, I will add, I just have to add vector 3, this. So it should probably be like R, maybe? No, I can just do them all at once. I can straight up just do them all at once. Average plus equals R. Count add 1. And as the end, I will do average. Okay, first I have to check if the count is 0. If count is 0, continue. Otherwise, average can be divided by count. This is integer division, I think. So I would promise that it's a float. So then once I have this value, I think I'd probably just say the closest point to me. I mean, this is interesting. So I guess I'll just do track memory. So if the target is a character base, then I want to retrieve the character memory. Memory, get memory. Just memory bank. I want a reference because I want to modify it, and it will be this one. Okay. And I think I kind of want to do something here, so if I have... I guess I can just do if memory is null. Make one of these. So that I can set it as a... I just don't want to make a copy if I don't need to. And then I'll do like save reference, or just save. No, save reference. So then my idea here is I would say memory start event with this character. Okay, so I get some bytes, and I would say something like memory what do I say, memory event scene at, and then I have to pass the event, and then I would say what would I say here? I would say, I guess just the average location. No, what is this? So average is a distance. This isn't actually my location. What I just track it as a vector for. A position and then a distance from where I was. I might want to do that. Because I could see, that would say something like that could be useful to say like, all right, get me the closest I've ever seen them, right? Or so I could have some kind of just some kind of test that retrieves the last 3 times I saw them and favor the most recent time, but also favor the closest time. So essentially seeing something more recent but further away, depending on the distance, maybe that's valuable or not. Maybe that's just too complicated. Maybe just the last time you saw them is the best you can get. Do I really need to encode the distance? because I can always recover that if I want it. This should just be taking up memory to save like one square root. Right, I feel like maybe it's not worth it to save a square root. It's also just 4 bytes if I really want to keep it, so maybe it's even like not that big of a deal to keep it. 4 bytes. Alright, I'm gonna say it's probably worth it to keep that. Memory event seen at... So I'll also do something like memory... Jeez. Memory events... Seen... Facing. So I can say if I see the target, I know which way they're looking. Target, global basis. Excuse me, target. Okay. Yeah, the Z is which way they're facing. When I track a time, seen at, seen facing, seen time. Seen location. And then I don't even know how I would track this, honestly. I don't have a timer. I guess... Honestly, that kind of fits in a global world, actually. So... let's do that. This doesn't have to be static anymore. So I'll just take that off of being static, I guess. Oh, this doesn't actually save like that, does it? Alright, I know this isn't going to be exactly right, but I'm just going to use it for now. I need to leave a to-do for myself. Storage only. Yeah, let's just track int and a second delta. So every physics process, I run that. I would do second delta, add delta. Okay. And then if we go over a second, we track it. Game time, add 1. And these should be Signed 64-bit integer type. Cool. Signed? I mean, I guess I'm never going to reach that value, right? If this is in seconds, what is that number? What is that number? I mean, this is very, very, very large. Up by 60 minutes, hours, days. Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah. That's billions of days. Trillions of days. I think we're good. And this should definitely be a while. Because it's possible I could take multiple seconds at once and I would never catch up. Not enough. Trillions of days. Yeah. Alright, so I got game time. In-game time. Where am I? Vision, scene time, global world, game time. Why does it say this is unused? Car has the same as a built-in function. Oh. Kara. Wow. I don't know. I mean, saving is fine. I'm still really not certain about retrieving this information. Like, how do I get this? It's one thing to save it, but then retrieving it? Then we call finish event. Also, it's maybe a better name to say event here. And I guess I'd also say where I am standing and where I am facing. Jeez. Global position, mind. Yeah, let me do this. Scene at. These feel kind of backwards. Because I need to know where I was, what time it was, where they were, which direction they were facing. And then I also kind of want to track local time, time of day. And I guess this is where global world can come in, and I can retrieve a time of day. So essentially I just want to find, is it find node? What am I trying to do? I'm looking for the scene tree. Get tree. Find. Get node. Children. Current scene. Find. Is it find child? Find the first child. Is this really by name? Whose name? But I want the type. Pretty sure it's called find. Maybe not. Find children. I saw something before where if this is empty, or do I just do star? Alright, I have to go look at this. I think I can just leave it empty. But I'm not sure. If pattern is empty, or... Okay, good. So empty works here. So I'm looking for a type of... It's just dynamic day is the type. And I'm pretty sure it just calls like get type as the string thing. If type is empty or is class, yeah, that's what I thought. Return node local hour. Local hour of the observer equivalent to the position of the sun in the sky. 1 and 0 are midnight. I guess I will do get time of day. Yeah. This will just return a variant. Do is not. Cool. If as string. Okay, this is why I do it this way, because then it's like not dumb. Clock time? Yeah. Local hour. Wait, what is that? Node. Yeah, local hour, set local hour. Maybe I actually just do get daytime. Get daytime, and then I return the actual dynamic day. Yeah, let me just do get daytime, and I return the actual thing. Yep. That's better. Returns the first... I guess just returns the dynamic day and the currency. Can I do a limit here? This could be pretty intense, actually. So I'm going to actually do, I think, current scene is the root node of the currently loaded main scene. This should be... This should be world. So then I just want to do for... I would actually just do return... Yeah, return... world... get child. This is actually find child with the name, and I can turn off recursive. I should just leave it as the name dynamic day, right? Also, world is open. That's kind of spooky because I know this was throwing thousands of errors earlier. False. So this should be good. That should be safe. That will just return null. Okay, scene time of day. Global world. Well, I guess I would just do if. Day, local hour. Okay. Maybe these events just have to be like scene, right? So I just say start event of a certain type, which would be a scene event. And then I would just say event scene time, event scene location, scene at, scene facing. Right? Yeah, I think this is probably more correct, because an event is more of a single thing with a variable amount of data attached to it. So what I would do is I would say, all right, hey, give me a list of like the last scene events. Or just how many scene events do I have? And I could parse through them one by one. Like iterate through them. That makes sense to me. That seems good. So up here, yeah, I will do event type actually. I guess I need event type and then data type. So event type. We're going to start at ones. Start event. With a type. So it would be so the front we just have the path size. I encode the size of this. I add the size. I add 8 more bytes. And I want data count and type. I could also just do like a U8. I don't think I'm going to have that many. All right, a U16 instead. 16. How much can I store? A U8 can have 500. $256. I don't think I'm going to have more than 256 types. So I'm actually just going to go for U8 here. Add 2 more bytes. Type, yeah, just the type. But at 4 plus path size plus 0, I guess. And then, wait a second. 4 bytes for this. Then path size. Okay, so I had a mistake there. Oh well. This will be data count, just at 0, I guess. Then we return the bytes, and all I have to do is I just have to extract the path off the front. Maybe I shouldn't even do that. You know what? I'm going to say scrap that. I'm not even going to do that. I'm just going to say start event with a type. Then when I do finish event, I finish the event and I provide the character that it goes to. So then I don't have to do any of this copying stuff. This all literally just goes away. And this makes it a lot simpler. I don't need this. I just resize for 2. Okay. Yeah, this is a lot simpler. So this can just be character get path. Get path. Concatenated names. So our path. We don't need to slice. We can just say, we can just track that event itself. So just do old log event append array old log and then track it here. I guess we'll just do var new log. No, I don't want to do that. Add event to front of log. Let's take the old one. We add it onto our end, and we set. Can I do like event read only? It's not an option. Whatever. So now I only have 1 copy. This will just be a resize and then a copy. A copy of the old log. And the old log will get dropped. So I guess you're gonna help it along by just saying old log clear. Okay, I guess I can't really have data type as an enum. Event type is fine. That's to track it here. But then data type. Data type would be just constants, because I already have a value here, so I can just reuse it. I could have 256 different type or different data types per event. Since I'm starting at 1, that actually decreases down by 1. Okay, maybe I'm like all over the place with this. Let me go ahead and make a goal for navigation. Or not really navigation goal. That'd be like a navigation action. I want a goal that is I guess it could be like a generic navigation goal. No, I think not, because I would have multiple ones. I would be, if I were to do a navigation goal, I would end up reusing. All right, if I were to do something where, all right, okay, here's a better question. How do we attack a player? We got to do 3 things currently. We got to see them. That's handled. Vision, sense, and memory. We have to travel to them. So this is like a travel goal. And then we actually have to play an attack animation. So I guess I could make a goal that's just called attack player. And it contains a navigation to travel to the player. And part of its goal processing is, once we're close enough, to also play the attack. Add on an action to attack. So yeah, I think a goal is not so much split into, I want to go here and then do this. Yeah, a goal isn't split such that we have a navigation goal and then an attack goal. We have an attack player goal, or just attack target goal. And that goal would call actions to travel to and an action to attack. Right? So the actions are like individual pieces of a goal. A goal is like the headline. Like, what are we doing? Okay? So and then I guess attack target could even include checks to say like, all right, what do I have? So just in theory, say I have an enemy whose attack is a ranged attack. I don't think I'm gonna have that, but if I did, the attack target goal would also check to see what kind of weapon we have, and maybe that changes how it navigates. So if we have a long range weapon, we can just kind of skip the navigation step, or just like wait till we have line of sight and then use the attack action. Yeah, these are good questions. What about like evade? I say they're good questions, but these are things I'm not going to have. I don't think I'm going to have a zombie evading you. They're just going to run up to you and swing. I mean, I guess this actually works for the hunter, because he would probably have an AI goal like this. He has to see you. He has a ranged attack, and he would evade you, so he would actually walk away from you if you get close enough. Maybe you could even have like a hide, like a cover mechanic. You could suppress him by shooting in his direction and he would cover. So maybe a cover goal. You're being shot at. Maybe I should just split it right away. I'll just have like a melee attack target, and then I would have like a shoot target. Where they would just try to have line of sight of a target and then use ranged attack. Attack target would just be only for melee. I guess it wouldn't... I'm just thinking about more like how complicated is it to contain both these in one goal. Maybe it's not that complicated. Because this goal just wants to navigate to a place that you can see them and then shoot, if it was ranged. I'm just going to go with this. I'm thinking too long about it. It's probably not even that bad. Not even that complicated. Main menu, kinda done. Missing an image. So then I have to have name. This really sucks. This bug is still here. Have they really not patched this? I feel like they must have patched it by now. I feel like this is so quick to notice. Have they patched this yet? There's no release update. I feel like this would have been really recent. 3 days ago. It doesn't look like they actually patched that. Alright, let me just see if I can fix it by doing this. An abstract function cannot have a body. Yeah. Let me try... What can I try? Is there any way I can just have empty lines? Oh, I can just have empty strings. Does that break it? Or fix it? That fixes it. Okay. Whatever. I'm actually shocked that it lets you write that. I'm actually so shocked. It's like very picky about having anything outside of a function or a variable declaration. And some reason it's like, oh yeah, an empty string? We take those. I'm okay with that. It's actually crazy. I actually can't believe it. Start event should be something, so this should just be start event. Oh, this is like kind of buried, isn't it? Yeah. I really wish they had this be like smarter. So I could just type scene in there and it knows, oh, this name must be a member of event type, of the enum type that they're expecting. Finish event expects 2, so it should just be target. Okay. Right, the goal. So then I need, what is it? Update priority? Perform actions. Add its slideshow. A slideshow of... I don't even know. I was thinking a slideshow of the silly faces that... silly pictures that they take of Donald Trump. Where he's like shouting. You know, looks really good. Oh, like just political cartoons. As placeholder images. That'd be funny. Okay, so here's the idea. So I'm gonna... Okay. Let's do update priority. Essentially the idea is I think I return... Yeah, a larger value was called earlier. Let me say behavior goal has some like default stuff here. Just some default things. Higher values are called first. Say lowest is going to be 1. And I guess highest is going to be the integer max. Do we get integer max? How can I get the int max? Does Godot have a way for me to get that? Damn. Years ago. 2 closed pull requests. Man. Time to collect a lot of free domain pictures. Political cartoons, why not? Those are public. Because. Okay. The docs also mentioned without any explanation as to what it does. Comes up twice. It explains what it does for rand I. Well, political cartoons are done anywhere. That's not US only. Unless you're in a country that is like not allowing them. In that case, I'd be worried. But that's actually... What? Vector 3i min? Why do they have that? Max value of, type of. Hey Yulia, start the stream without me? How dare you? I told you to call me when you start. No, you didn't. Why are these closed? Why was it closed? Why did I not to add 32 and 64? U32. They did close this. Why do they close it? For reference, this was done by this one. This one was also closed. Why was it closed? No reason. It just sat here for a year. That's cool. Met in another chat. This ginger one streams more than that girl. I do stream a lot. This was added. Can I? This is really silly. They added it, but not officially. It closes this proposal. All right, I guess this is the best I get for now. Vector 3 max. No. What? It's been removed? Vector 3i. I'm dumb. Vector 3i max. X. All components equal to int 32 max? What do they mean when they write that? All right. Errors, my god, but it's your job. It is my job for now. Target. So here's my idea. I need to know how I can retrieve this information from memory. So, I guess I just do character memory. Get memory reference. Oh, I didn't save this. Bind, memory, save reference, memory. Lua for modding. So I guess to say if I don't have any memory of any characters, I can't attack a target. If I do have this memory, I want to see if any of them are, I guess, in like an attack group. So I would do okay, here's another thing. Still on the question of can I change memories within goals? I don't think I should, because this is unordered. It's possible a future goal may expect something to happen in some order. So changing memory, yeah, I'm not supposed to. So. Yeah, using a scripting language like for your entire game. I think like if you're doing modding stuff, the general idea is you want to make as much of your game like dynamic resources as possible. And as much of your logic in like whatever scripting language you want to be for modding. And then you would still have like an engine that has to bring all that down into actual results on the screen. So you have target groups. This could do for I in character memory in range. Sorry. Range. Character memory. Count. Then it would do character base. If targets, yeah, this should be safe. If targets as group is in group, I guess we'll do is in group. I mean, it's way harder if you don't have any supported entry. Then you get something like... I mean, I can't even say... I was going to use Minecraft as an example, but even Minecraft is like... has always supported some level of modding for a while. Which is like resource packs. I mean, it's definitely a good refactor for mod support. If you write everything in C++, that's going to be very difficult to do. That will be difficult. If you want modding, you have to say probably pretty early on what kind of resources you're going to use. What kind of system you'll have. If not a group, continue. Okay, so I have a character who is in the group, and I have a log. So I want to know if I've seen them recently and travel to that spot. Dynamic libraries. I think it was it one of the Doom games the engine was like the launch, I guess, and then it loads a DLL, which is the game. So the whole game lives in like a DLL file. A WAD? I don't even know what the difference is. I guess that's just operating system convention. All right. So here's where I get to the point that I'm not too sure about. I guess maybe I would have like an array of something here. I don't know, how do I want to do this? What is a file type that Doom uses for the game? Is that correct though? Is that what I'm thinking of? The engine is the executable and it essentially loads another file that contains the whole game. I don't mean like the executable like still has a level manager or anything like that, or like a level list or like a menu or anything. Okay. Yeah. It's like probably one of the most ported games. You'd probably call it that. Doom running in terminal. Doom on my fridge. Doom on the Switch. Doom on my coffee maker. Man, why don't I know what I want, how I want to access this? My thought was I would return a count. I would say, hey, I want to know how many event logs exist of seeing something. So I get a count. And I would say, all right, give me the first scene event. And just array skipping is nice because I can just go like, hey, is this type a scene event? No, it's not. All right, skip ahead the length. Is this type? All that stuff. Doom on a pregnancy test. Yeah. I feel like it's really good for maybe speed because this stuff should be fast. I want this to, this is saving a lot of data and reading a lot of data. Or would it be better to say, make it an object? I don't know. I had one piece of code somewhere where I was like creating an object every physics tick, and that was like obliterating the performance. Just that alone. Time to lock in. Yep. But then if I do... All right, here's maybe what I do. Maybe what I say is give me the indexes of scene events, and I get an array of indexes. And then I say, okay, on this first event, which is just some index, where was I, or something like that, and it returns like some default value if it doesn't exist. I would let you? What? Scene. I wouldn't. What? Lock in? This one's tough. This one's really tough. This one is really, really tough. Sorry. This one's really, really tough. Still here, just focus on my game. Yeah. That's fine. God, what do I do? I don't want to make objects. I feel like that's like crazy slow. I feel like that's insanely slow to make an object. Which nationalist left? All right, I think the array of indexes is probably best. So I would do character memory, get events, I would say of a certain target, and an event type. So it'd be behavior, event type, scene, right? So we get an array of indexes. So then I would say, maybe I would do time. Time will be an int. Okay, well, first I would say for event in scene events, I would do time int will be character memory get event. I guess I would just do get scene time, and I would pass in target and event. Is that all it needs? And then I guess an optional default value, if I really needed it. Is this good? Is this right? This actually, this feels okay. This feels pretty good. I would say get events from a certain target of a certain type, and I return an array of indexes. And then I'll just say character memory get scene time. I pass the target, and I pass the event. Also, I'm curious. I'm curious. About this. I want to know exactly what names combined is. And if it's a cached if it's a cached value. String name. Wait, node, yeah, node path. Get names. If data, return data path. Okay. Data. Path. Vector of string name. Concatenated path. Wait, is that what I was actually looking for? Nope, sorry. Node path. What does it get? Nate? Huh? Get concatenated names, right. If we don't have concatenated path, create it and then return it. Okay, awesome. That's exactly what I wanted to see. That is exactly what I wanted to see. Nice. So every time I'm calling get concatenated path, it's using a cached value. So what this does is it yeah, okay. This is really good. I like this. This seems pretty good. So character memory, we have a scene type. I think it's like get events of a certain character. Type. Event type. We return a packed int 32 array. And I kind of want this to be cached as well. So how would I do that? How would I make sure this is cached? Because I don't want to keep reading through this list every time I call it. Because that's, I mean, that's just time that I can save. So I think I guess what I do is if I say finish event, I have to clear a cache. Actually, I guess I don't. I can kind of just keep track of it, can't I? I can export this and just keep that tracked the whole time. Saving more memory. The only issue is if this... Could this desync? Can it desync? Alright, maybe... Okay, so I feel like this is definitely right. I think I need to go ahead and solve the problem of how I'm going to drop an event from memory. For whatever reason. I guess I could have Yeah, I still don't know how to decay memories. How do I do this? Would that be on a goal? Does a goal decay a memory? The sense is responsible for saving memories. Can it... Does it drop memories? Are we talking about the game? Or are we talking about... What? IRL. Interesting. Okay, yeah, how do I drop memories? Maybe the sense drops memories. Dude, I don't know. This is weird. I guess if sense is the writer, then it has to drop. Go back to work. I mean, I'm just watching the chat. So, I mean, I have to look at it. I can't just ignore it. I can't just ignore it. Target sense vision. Maybe I just keep a maximum. Because if I'm always adding to the front of the log, at some point I would just say, alright, like beyond 50 or something, I say, okay, everything after my 50th thing, I gotta drop it, right? If I track lists of mappings from event types to their indexes, I could use that to find the largest index, and I would know this is the oldest event. And then I could drop that. Using the indexes, I could essentially create a copy, add in the slice of the front, and add in the slice of everything after that. Or actually, it wouldn't even be that. It would just be, it would always be the highest index if I'm adding it in time order. So I would always just be slicing off the end. CAQ, CAC. It's a lot of Qs. What are the Qs? They all got a Q. Alright, I think saving hint to none. Storage. And this will just be event IDs. Ooh, wait. So this would actually have to be a dictionary from the name to another dictionary, which maps type to an array. I mean, I guess this is fine. I'm not using any names, I'm just using like... I'm using values that are... I'm using determined values. String name to another dictionary. And they don't support nesting types. Do they? They say that they don't. Yeah, nested are not supported. Yeah. Okay, so we have event IDs. So every time I finish an event, this would be pretty nice. If I have 1 byte in the array, yeah, it starts at 1. So this would be event index will be int of old log size. And then I guess here I have queues. Queues are just socialist. Okay, right. Yeah. Add event to front of log. Okay, so add event to front of log. Remove. Remove last event when over history. Actually, does every event just store a time? A game time? It should, shouldn't it? Is there any reason why I wouldn't want to know the time? Okay, here's the real issue. If I'm dropping events, I know I'm always dropping the oldest one. But the other question is, would there be a reason to drop an event in the middle because it's beyond a certain age, but keep older events for some reason? I mean, I guess that's how memory works, right? We don't just forget the oldest thing that's happened. We forget unimportant things that are also in the past. I can forget what I had for breakfast this morning, but I can remember something that happened a decade ago. Like, for instance, am I just making a model for the brain? What am I doing? I just had a thought. What if I dictate the importance of a memory by the number of events that happened around that time, or some value of events? So say that I have a sense for vision and a sense for pain. The pain sense will save memories. So for instance, if I shoot, that's too far, right? That's just too far. That's too far, right? Say That's too much. That's too much. Is it? Is it though? Is it too much? Because I guess the idea here is that, say I see, I hear, and I feel something all at the same place at the same time. All three of those memories will last longer because they have associations with each other. Like, that's literally just how the brain works. However, if I hear something and it was a very quiet sound, so it's not a very intense memory, that's something that could be forgotten in minutes. Okay, for a zombie, right? I guess even for humans, like if I hear a weird sound outside, but it wasn't really anything strange, I would literally forget it as soon as I come back inside. What am I doing? I think I'm going crazy. Yeah, I am. Trying to program my brain. So I need to ask myself again, what do I want here? Right now. Alright. Right now, I just want to probably keep track of like the last 10 things that happened. When I get to the more intelligent guy, who's going to have like a more complex memory, I can make it more complex when I get there. Right? You could just make it like a seconds additive, the more senses activated. Stick with dumb raycasting and move on. I got to this question because I want to know how I can remove, if I would want to remove more recent memories, or I guess the real question is, when I remove a memory, is it always the oldest one? Or can I remove something more recent? Something in the middle? The thinking there is that kind of like you said, there's a timer, but also some intensity, I guess. So if I see something really close, it's going to be like a high value, so it will take longer to decay and be forgotten. A quiet sound can decay in minutes. A loud sound very close would probably take forever to decay. So who decays memories? Does this memory... Okay, maybe this is where it comes in. Maybe this is what I've been missing the whole time. Memories themselves should probably have some kind of just decay. It's not on the sense. It's not on the goal. The memory itself does something. Maybe it's memory bank, right? Maybe I just say decay memories or something before each step, or after a sense, because then a memory might be retained. I finally know how the Ubisoft CEO feels. Just constantly saying, ooh, I could do this, ooh, I could do that. Guys, players are complaining that our enemies are too stupid. I need you to simulate a brain now. I need you to simulate a brain for every single one of our AI. They all need to remember what they had for breakfast, particularly if it's something that they enjoyed eating. Alright? Get on that. Does it have a gameplay effect? No. Maybe that's actually a good question for me to ask. Is there a gameplay effect? Who does it affect? There is. Okay, so mind. Let's say we go through each sense, and then we would do memory bank. I guess maybe this is still in the mind, isn't it? Install chat G. Wait, what is this? You're talking too much. My GF is waiting. What? Install chat GPT with every copy of your game and let the AI do it. Yeah. That would be funny. You could literally just use it as a, I just had a weird, maybe not a weird thought, but just like an idea. If I do weather effects, I could just ask the AI, hey, the player killed 10 zombies yesterday. They took this much damage, and the weather yesterday was sunny. What should the weather be today? And just let it, just treat it as a random number generator. That would be funny. Actually, you know what? Maybe that's actually a great possibility. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not using AI at all. But if someone wanted to make a weather system, an LLM might actually be intelligent enough. It might have enough data that you can just tell it what the weather was yesterday and let it just come up with weather for today. It might give you like a good simulation. Simply on that. Why don't you just use weather APIs? I mean, I guess you could do that, but they probably charge you for that, right? ChatGPT is free. Currently. Well, there's models you can just download. The AI can find the weather location of the player's home Wi-Fi and set that in-game. Well, I mean, I don't mean a simulation to like pick the current weather or like you look at weather history. I just mean an LLM that's been trained on something like that. And you just tell it what the weather was yesterday in your game, not real life. And if you're starting the game for the first time, maybe just say sunny. Maybe it needs a little bit more. I don't know. It is just a random number generator. At the end of the day, a very expensive one. Anyway, that's just a total tangent. So, for each memory, what is the mem? It's a dictionary of name to memory. Maybe I should just say memory bank. Decay memories. Reminds me of Killing Floor 3. They messed it up so much. Now it's on life support. $200 players is still a lot. Down from 30k, maybe that's pretty bad, but... All right, I've got a great question. When they do dictionaries, do they store 2 arrays? That's how they should do it, but is that how they do it? Where's dictionary? It's probably IO. No. Surprised you don't know about Killing Floor. I know years ago I was gonna play one of those games, but I never did. Is it templates? Where's their dictionary? Am I blind? Where's dictionary? Actually, where is dictionary? I thought I opened a variant. I was just blind. Okay. Alright, 2 arrays, 2 arrays, 2 arrays, dictionary private. Okay. It's hidden for some reason. Dictionary private. Hash map. No way. Templates hash map, okay. Please tell me it's 2 arrays. I really want to see 2 arrays. Hash map. A pointer to a pointer of elements. Okay. Okay. And then how do we... It's a double linked list. Hashes? What? How do we add? Insert element. It's probably like resize and hash, isn't it? Probe. Hashes position. Position fast mod. Okay. Okay. Cool, yeah, 2 arrays. Good. I like that. Although a double linked list is pretty nice actually. Although it makes it a bit large. You could get away with just having next. You don't need previous. You could cut off a little bit. Why do they have this previous? Did they just use that to iterate backwards? For a reverse iterator? What is previous for? Head elements, previous. Okay, but do we read this anywhere? If we have a previous, that's just linking. That's not doing anything with previous. Yeah, it's for reverse iteration. Yeah, I mean, if it's me, I don't do that. That's just kind of dumb. I think that's just really dumb. Just don't let the iterator go backwards. Occupancy, 75. All right, I mean, this is good. I just wanted to see what their iteration was. So when I write for in values, I'm just iterating all the values straight away. So for memories values are oh right. This is not a list. For some reason I thought I was getting a list. I'm not getting a list. Then I guess I need delta time. Right, it's kind of all this does. If locked, do this. And then this is a dev development stuff, which should be removed in the future. So I just do mind, memory bank, decay, memories. Actually, shouldn't memory banks know about the mind instead of passing it as a value? Maybe not. Okay. So then a memory needs and this of course needs the empty quotes. And then this one I won't leave as abstract. So now these methods exist. Can decay and decay with a delta time. And then of course this needs that, otherwise it's gonna be broken and weird. Okay. So now my thinking is every event stores some kind of importance factor, I guess. Which, not even that, more just a timer, I guess. That decreases. How do I do this? A timer is really simple. But I'm also thinking more of these. Okay, a timer is really simple. It's probably all I should do, right? It's probably all I should do. I'm pretty sure I rejected the idea of linking memories together to strengthen them, literally just trying to simulate a brain, because they happen at the same time. So an implementation of that might be, hey, this memory is going to be remembered for a minute, and memory number 2 is going to be remembered for a minute. Because they happen at the same time, they both get added together, so both memories get remembered for 2 minutes. Right, that's an idea. That's an implementation of it. Probably the simplest one you can do. So that would come back to the commit memories thing, where at least in the case of character memories, that would come out as calling start event, tracking, or sorry, calling finish event would not add it directly to the log right away. It would add it to some intermediate log, which when we call commit, we're basically going to like sum up all of the importances of every event, is what the idea of that would be. So the senses don't have to talk to each other. The memory itself will track some logs. Okay, maybe here's an idea. Are all memories timed? Because right now I'm just working in the scope of character memories, which is just, seeing, hearing, pretty much all the senses together. Can modify this in one go. can I extract this event thing to more of a begin memory? And then the memory bank commits things and it tracks timers and decays them. So memories are no longer a single, like, one type to one character kind of thing, or one type to one mind, or just memory bank. So the memory bank wouldn't have like a dictionary that says, all right, here's all of my character memory. Here's all of my, I don't even know what else I would have right now. All right, something I said before is that good models follow reality. So if your model follows reality, then it'll just be it will be good by definition. It'll more or less it'll be accurate by definition, but a good model tends to follow reality. So not only accurate, but also just good. So perhaps memory bank is where I say, get me character memories. And this goes through and does returns you in a list of indexes that you can use. I wouldn't go to character memory and get indexes. I'd go to memory bank and get indexes. And then each memory here is essentially just a wrapper for serializing and deserializing it. A wrapper around a slice, right? That memory slice. When I said memory there, I meant like packed byte array. That packed byte array. All right, I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and think more about this. I'm back. Alright. What kind of game am I trying to make here? What's the actual complexity level of this AI? I still think that I would like the intelligent zombie that exists to be quite smart. A zombie survival game, that's what you do? Yeah. But how smart is smart? And also, the smarter I make him, the harder it is to implement that. Also, you're using Godot. These are facts. These are good facts. I would have forgotten if I wasn't reminded. Okay, so here's kind of probably the 3 or 4 things that I want the smart zombie to be capable of. I want him to be able to hear you. I want him to be able to remember that he's heard you. I want him to be able to find and observe bullet casings on the ground that he didn't hear. Or not even just that, but just find and observe them. Observe that he's found them and remember them. If he's heard a sound, if he hears gunfire, he would look for bullet casings, right? Or dead zombies. He'd look for one of the two. I guess 3 things. He'd look for you. If not you, dead zombies. If not dead zombies, bullet casings. Or maybe the other order. You, if not you, bullet casings. If not dead zombies, right? That'd be like kind of his priority order there. And essentially just the idea behind that is that he's getting closer to you, so finding dead zombies could lead him to empty bullet casings, which could lead him to you. You know? I would like him to remember times of day that he's seen you, so if you evade him, he may, on the next day, return to a location, to the last location he saw you at roughly the same time of day, right? He might retrace your steps of the previous day. So that requires some kind of memory. So far, I don't think any of this has necessarily said the solution is what I'm writing right now. I don't think this necessarily said this is your solution. Okay, so there's kind of what I want him to be capable of. Relating at least to memory and things like that. Okay, so another thing that I want to actually be capable of is to see zombies running. So you could have been totally silent, made no noise, never been spotted by this smart zombie, but he sees other zombies running, and this should give him a tip that you might be nearby, or at least that zombie is chasing you. So he wants to find out what the zombie is chasing, so he's going to follow the zombie. If the zombie stops running, he's like, well, okay, I guess the guy's gone. So he'll probably follow the zombie until either he sees you or hears you, and then he fixates on you. Now the plain zombies pretty much only have the follow, like the follow response. I have a credit screen because I use Creative Commons images. They require a mention. Yeah. Should obviously be doing that. the plain zombies are essentially just going to have a follow and sort of like a limited memory of where they saw you. So they see you, they hear you, they're going to chase you, or they're going to follow you. When they lose sight of you, they're going to do one thing. They're going to continue traveling to the location they last saw you at. Then they're going to orient themselves in sort of a rough guess of the direction that they last saw you facing and travel that way. And my idea behind that is they would have some excitement factor which decays over time. So once they stop seeing you, that starts going down. So eventually they'll just stop running and they'll just go back to their idle state. And I know that I don't want them to have any memory beyond that. Essentially just enough that they can sort of loosely track you a little bit after they lose sight of you. I want them to also be responsive to other zombies running. Less so, definitely a lot less so than the smart zombie. The smart zombie is essentially always, if he's got nothing else better to do, he sees a running zombie, he's just going to follow him. Regular zombies, if they see another running zombie, maybe as they see it, if they're close by, maybe they'll start running with them, following that one. Or even just running in the same direction. Even just being like, oh, I see this guy running this way. I'm going to like orient myself in that direction and follow. Or and run. The idea behind that one is just to increase hoarding. So if you're being chased by a zombie, one zombie can quickly, but one zombie can become more zombies even if they never saw you directly. Also, if a zombie sees you and loses sight of you, other zombies ahead of them might still have sight of you. So those guys are going to keep running. The ones in the back are still going to see a whole bunch of guys in front of them running, and so they're just going to be like, alright, I guess I'm still just running this way, even though they still don't see you. Like, you could be chased by a zombie that has not seen you, just because there's enough zombies that do see you who are actively chasing you. So essentially, all I've really said so far is I definitely need a sense of vision, and I need a little bit of memory, just enough to essentially track something. Want to use a state tree? Make really advanced AI using that. If the issue is that thing that gets complicated and that pretty much stays in code. And even if I do a state tree, I'm still gonna, if I want it to be out of code, I still have to do a bunch of work implementing a system. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want it to be code. Okay, so is there a simpler model? Okay. I have one model in front of me that's just trying to like loosely model a brain. Is there something simpler that can stay as resources? Okay, this is another thing I need to keep in mind. I definitely want as much of it as much as possible to be configurable resources, where the implementations are generalizations and They essentially just take parameters that I can tweak outside. So if I want a zombie to be more responsive, I can just literally, I would set some value somewhere that says responsiveness is value. And that influences all of his behavior. I may want to be able to say, all right, this zombie, he can't see. This zombie, he can't hear. Taking away senses. I mean, I guess I have such a need for that. Regular zombies can see and hear. Explosive zombies only hear. And the smart zombie has seeing, hearing, and kind of an additional sense of just knowing where you are, which I'm calling smell. If you're nearby, he can kind of locate you. He has rough guesses. Essentially, my thought there is, in the game, we actually know exactly where both of them are. So take like a distance, maybe apply some like radius to that and say, all right, pick a random spot in this radius. Or even just pick a direction here and go that way. Try to go that way. Okay, so I guess so far where I'm at is I have senses and responses. And a little bit of memory. A sense can tell me, I'm just falling straight back into what I've already modeled. So, a sense can tell me there's a guy here. A response says, is there a guy? There is a guy? Do this. Chase him. I don't know, maybe I'm just, okay. I'm getting a lot of ideas. Things are piling up. I'm worried about spending too long on this. But I don't have to do everything at once either. This is a simple structure that can be, this is a more just a foundation that I can build on as I need things. I think no matter what, I have to have some way to perceive and some way to respond. Perceiving has to save some information that responses require. Okay? So I've got three things: a sense, a memory, and a response. I've called these responses goals, which just kind of exist. Those activate if data from a sense exists, right? Okay, here's where something doesn't quite fit in yet. My concept, my original idea for the zombie chasing you is to have some excitement factor. Just some value that increases and decreases. When it's high, he's very responsive to stimulus. When it's low, he's less responsive to stimulus, but stimulus would increase the value of it. Some things are super responsive. Seeing essentially always is like a maximum response as soon as he sees you. Hearing is a low response, probably also multiplied by the current responsiveness. So if they see you and then they don't see you, that responsiveness goes down, but then they hear a quiet sound, but because the responsiveness is pretty high, they're going to respond pretty strongly to this quiet sound. A quiet sound might just be like a weapon firing. I say quiet, not really quiet. Walking. Okay, maybe walking always generates some amount of sound. A zombie who's seen you recently is going to be very responsive to this very quiet sound. A zombie who's never seen you is pretty much going to ignore walking until you're right on top of him. So if you're walking up behind a zombie who hasn't seen you, they're not going to hear you until you're pretty much right on top of them. If a zombie has seen you and he loses you, and you're hiding behind a corner and you walk out of the corner, he's gonna be like, "What? I heard that," and he's gonna whip around and see you. Okay. How does that fit into this system? Where does that fit? To me, this sounds like it's a memory. It could fit in a memory. It's still not necessarily just a value that I'm setting, but I could create a memory. All right, here is where things are conflicting now. My thought was I would have memories, just the memory bank just be a list of memories, and I create and add memories to it to solve kind of this issue of this serialization thing where I may want to have other memories do the same thing and decay. If I were to treat this responsiveness as a memory, it would have to exist exactly once and never go away. Which fits with what I'm currently writing, where this character memory is doing completely its own thing. It's completely doing its own thing. The responsiveness would be a, in quotes, memory that doesn't decay. Or I guess it does decay, but it won't remove itself. It would just store a value that increases somehow. I guess that would be like vision, right? Vision would say, all right, memory, responsiveness, add 20. Right? And maybe there's a goal that's like listen for sound. Or a goal that is detect target. Yeah, okay, this is where things start getting conflicting. This is where problems start happening. Or, not really problems, but answers. Questions that need answers. I'm still saying that goals can't change memories. But if I had a goal that was essentially just to pick a target, yeah, okay, let me think about this. Attack target uses sight currently. I might have another goal that says listen for target. Or maybe it's just called detect target. Seek target. And that one is responsive to no sight. So if we don't have line of sight with something, we would do some checks. We would say, all right, are we traveling somewhere? I guess this is where the ordering thing comes in, but it just, right? It would be the lowest priority thing. It would basically happen last. It would check, are we going anywhere? All right, we're not going anywhere. Have we seen anything? All right, we haven't seen anything. So maybe now we can start thinking about, detecting a target. So this would essentially look for sounds and other non-target visual stuff. So for the smart zombie, this would be a running zombie, or just for all zombies, it would be seeing another zombie running. For the smart one, it would be seeing dead zombies or bullet casings. That could fit with the detect target goal. And this goal would just be to apply navigation on top of that. So how would it work with responsiveness now? would it simply just take in the current value of responsiveness, which comes from senses, and apply some multiplier, or use that as a multiplier for something that came from seeing or something that came from hearing? So essentially the input to this would always be a memory that says, I heard a sound. That's all it has. And then the memory that says responsiveness. Maybe that is exactly how it would work. It would just say, all right, this is a quiet sound. It has this low value. I multiply it by my responsiveness. And if it exceeds a threshold, then I respond to it. So a quiet sound normally wouldn't make them turn around because the responsiveness is at 0. If the sound is very loud, it already exceeds the threshold without any responsiveness, so it turns around. If it's a quiet sound with a high, and we currently have a high responsiveness, those two either add together or multiply together or something. And now we turn around for the quiet sound. So that still fits in with my current setup. Senses, saving memories, modifying memories, and then goals, reading through those memories and applying actions. Okay. All of this rambling just to say this is the model I'm going to stick with. I'm going to stick with this. I've arrived at it twice now. It seems good. Now, I think the real question is how... Okay, originally that was the real question. Now, since I've arrived at the same model, I have senses, senses save memories, goals read memories, and apply actions. 4 things, right? Essentially 4 steps. How do I manage memory? I think modeling a decay for memories is pretty good. That's a true to life kind of concept. Memories fade with time. Are memories always arrays? Is the memory bank an array of memories, or is it a map of individual memories that store state? There's only one character memory and it has everything. Or are there any number of character memories and they store pieces of data? I think at this point for memory, the format of it is just, it has to be sort of a compromise between processing speed and usability. Right? I think there may be a case. Is there a case where I need to track logs relating to something happening? This is character. I do have a case where I want to track logs, actually. I have a case for the intelligent zombie seeing bullet casings on the ground. How does that memory get saved? The way I currently have it set up is I can't save I don't save things to I save. Okay. Character memory requires a character to be present. And this is more of a association with some data to another character, someone else. I also have to have that character. So if in a vision sense, I see bullet casings, I don't have that character. I have bullet casings. So now maybe this turns into memories relating to sight. Just not even character memory, just a vision memory, a sight memory. I saw something, and that something was a character. I saw something, and that something was bullet casings. So maybe the hang up here is that character memory is wrong. Maybe that's the hang up. Maybe it's more the case where a goal to follow somebody is more dependent on seeing them rather than saying, oh, here's this character I know about and I saw him. Maybe it's more, I saw this character, let me follow him. I mean, actually, the way I currently have it set up is that I just store a node path. Also, this is coming out to be a very generic thing as well. All right, what is a memory? What is a memory? So the way I currently have it, I describe it as a memory, but generally memories are quite literally just attached to senses. I saw something, I heard something, I felt something. You can't have a memory for something you never sensed, right? But in my case, I'm also using memories just to track data, track certain things like responsiveness. I'd have a responsiveness memory. All it does is it stores a value that increases or decreases. Or just increases and decreases. That's all it does. Maybe what I should have is just a generic sensory memory type. And this stores information about sight, information about hearing, pretty much all of it. All right, here's an idea. What if a goal retrieves sensory memory via the sense? The goal says, hey, can I see? All right, I can see. What have I seen? And that's how it works with that. Rather than the goal saying, give me the list of stuff I've seen. I mean, essentially that's what it's going to do, but I think the nuances here are very important. The benefit of that is it kind of keeps memory management still close to the sense itself. So the reader is still... So originally it was the writer of memory is the sense, and the reader of memory is the goal. But now it can be the writer of memory is the sense, the reader of memory is the sense, and the consumer of memory is the goal. So the goal would ask the vision sense, give me the last guy I saw. It doesn't need to know about how to interface with the memory or anything like that. It just is going straight to the sense. Now what about responsiveness? I guess in that case, there's no sense attached to that. It's not a sensory memory. So it can just kind of interface directly with that. And this stays with the current memory bank layout of one type of memory existing at a time. So I guess I would just, instead of character memory, out of sensory memory. And goals would interface with the senses for that kind of memory. Otherwise, it can just... Okay, that's a little bit... Is that spaghetti? Maybe that's a bit spaghetti. Maybe it's a little bit spaghetti. Maybe that's just indirection for no reason. Because I think it still makes sense here for it to just say sensor memory, get events, scene. Right? This kind of thing wouldn't really change. And I felt like when I wrote this, this felt pretty good. It felt correct. Alright, so yeah, I think the hang up here is that this should just be sensor memory and it handles everything relating to senses. Senses can still do other things with other types of memories, which, okay, memory is just state that's being saved. It's not literally a memory of a sense. In this case, it is. This is the case where it is. But I would make other memories that are like a schedule memory, which the goal uses to, you know, a schedule goal uses a schedule memory to follow the schedule. That's never really written by a sense. All right, memory state, goal read state, sense write state. State is memory. Okay. All right. I think this is where the problem was. I think it's more just that this is not comprehensive enough. Okay, so this doesn't really okay. And event still works here. I don't know about... Yeah, so now the question is, how do I attach these? Is the log now going to be split into... Is this the type now? It's a dictionary of type to a log. man. Okay, let's go back to how I'm using it. So essentially I just say behavior, memory, sensory. Whoop. So it would be, geez, that's really annoying. I'm just trying to like scroll back to the left. So I would say start event to see something. And I mean, okay, here's probably a good question. What kind of knowledge can you even store that's like unique between seeing and stuff like that? Seeing, hearing, whatever. I guess the question is what? So in this case, seeing can be a node. Just a node path. It says, all right, I saw this. Or not even really a node path. Like what, like as simple as possible, what did you see? I saw player. I saw zombie. I saw bullet casings. It doesn't need to know, oh, it was zombie 247. It was player number 3. It was bullet casing 12, 7, and 1. And they were shotgun shells. It doesn't need to know that. Right? So I would create an event type of seeing something. The event what, right? It's kind of always the what. I guess you can do time, right? It was at a time. I was here. It was there. Yeah, I think location would be where was I? Where was it? Where was I can pretty much say which way was I facing. And I decided I wanted to track which way I was facing because it's not too much more memory, I think, to save. Or not just that, not actually which way was I facing. But the scene at, which I think was a position and a distance. Yeah, okay. I think this is Okay, here's the thing. When I decide to stop chasing something, when the goal says we're done, how does the goal not reactivate? Maybe this is more... This is like another memory part where I have to say... Oh, no. No. This is a goal writing memory, which I said it doesn't do. But I guess when I complete a goal, I'd want to remember that I completed it, right? Or if I start a goal. So a goal for attacking target would start... We would say, I saw this guy, let's respond to it, but let's not, like, keep responding to it, right? Let's respond to it the first time let's respond to it once, and then not again. I don't see a guy... Okay, let me change perspective here. A zombie doesn't see you, chase you, and then stop seeing you, but then continue chasing where they last saw you. Not, not like that. They don't just keep reactivating and saying, oh, I saw him here. Okay, he's not here. Oh, I saw him here. Oh, he's not here. Oh, I saw him here, right? He has to at some point say, I already chased him there. He's not there, right? I'm not going to chase the thing that I've already chased and didn't find, right? So I guess what can happen is a goal can say... Goal priorities essentially read the memory and say, oh yeah, I want to respond to this, please let me respond sooner or later, right? And then the goal gets to act. I guess one of those actions could be... Maybe it would, like, say start goal, and I would have goal memory. And the goal would basically say, do I have any... The goal process says, do I have any unstarted goals? Right? Alright, how does this work? My thought here is when I return a priority, I keep a priority list, and this is just the order that I call the goals in. But maybe what I also have is I keep track of a list of goals that need to be processed. So when the goal is processing, it gets like maybe an ID that says, here's the goal you're working on. And I don't know, maybe the goal sets something here. So update priority wouldn't be really a priority. It would say like, check goal. I don't know, like start goal, begin goal. It'll return some state that it wants to use for its goal. And then it says its goal is done. Okay, that still doesn't solve the problem of re-triggering. Very silly. I feel like I'm just rambling and doing nothing, but I mean, this is hard problems. Problems that need solutions. So when I see a player, I save the memory. This goal, attack target, reads the memory and says, okay, I would like to run with this priority. I still need this priority thing. But it somehow needs to know the next time it runs that it should ignore this citing because it's already processed it. How does it do that? Maybe every memory, or maybe just sensory memory, I don't know, maybe just every memory can keep track of whether or not a goal, whether or not it's been acted upon by a goal. Goals know a lot. Goals, okay, so here's the thing. Goals essentially know the full state of the system. They know the full state. But I've currently said that they can't really modify state. They only modify state by calling actions in their processing. But I think up here in update priority, it needs to have some way. All right, okay. Maybe this is it. Update priority sees a scene event that is marked as unacted upon. So it says, okay, I've seen something and I haven't acted on it yet. I want to respond to it. So it sets some flag on the memory that says, okay, not even that. It doesn't set a flag on the memory. This is still just reading. Perform actions. Perform actions is where we are allowed to start modifying state. Here we say, we read through the scene events again. We see the event that would have triggered us, an event that is marked as unresponded. And we say, all right, mark event as responded. So it does action, respond to event. And all it does is on a memory, a sensory memory perhaps, it says, mark it as responded. So now, the order of this is always called update priority and maybe perform actions. But I pretty much always know if update priority is called, it had a chance to perform actions. So when I call perform actions, I mark it as being handled. I mark it as being responded to. Maybe it's just started and complete, right? A goal is started, a goal is complete. If a goal is started, I can't respond. If a sense... Okay, this is the starting and completing a goal, right? I still have to somehow say, this thing that I saw, I already responded to. Either I started or I completed. Or I guess just started. I have started to respond to this already. I don't need to start again. If a goal isn't, if a response isn't complete, we still have to return like a high priority, right? Because we still need to be calling perform actions. But essentially here I would say perform act. Okay, so update priority returns a positive value if we have anything started. If we have anything started and not completed. Sorry, if we have anything not started and anything not completed. Perform actions acts on anything that is started but not completed. So this prevents us from acting on something that we started to do a while ago and we already finished. This will prevent us from acting on anything that we've already started and already completed. Okay. So in the sensory memory, I would say I would track a sense as being responded to or not. I would also track a sense as being, alright, I guess just in the response state. I would track it as I started to respond to it and I've finished responding to it. So I have two things there I need. So does this mean that this means every sense? Okay. So how do I, what's the action there? I think I can kind of ignore the exact implementation, but I think the general action is sense start response and sense complete response. Those are the actions. Because I'm allowed to write state at that point, right? I don't modify memories directly, I just call the action that has an effect of modifying the memory. I guess, yeah, it would be start sensory response, complete sensory response. And I would know the exact sense, I would know the exact event that I am starting and completing the response to. Gosh, this has been like so much thinking. So much. Okay. All right, I think there's a few things that I want for sensory. I need to also track each event as being responded to or non-responded to, right? All sensory events. Start an event for logging. Or just start a sensory event. I'll even change this to site. Sound. These are all S's. I'll just leave it at this. Okay. Start a sensory event. We have a type. Type. Do I need to track the size of this? The size of it in bytes? I definitely would like to do that. I definitely would like to do that. Where do I get somewhere that's like quite large? Yeah, 16 is large enough, I think. So it's supposed to be 2 and then 4. Type to size 4 and then I guess data count. So this is kind of like an array, I guess. Would just be another 2. So 8. Right. At 0, I record the type. At 1, oh, sorry, this would actually be 2. Oh no, U8, sorry, 1, size is 2. Jeez. So yeah, this is just 4, not 8. 4, size is, I guess this includes 1. Actually, let me flip it around. Let me do size, type, and data count. So when I'm processing through it, I can just read I can just skip ahead, read that bit, skip ahead, read that bit. And that's all I do. So everything is at least 2. So I read this and I would skip 2. This would be 16. And then here's 8, starting at 2, which will be type. Don't have that anymore. We're just doing size, type, and data count. Yeah, because when I'm saving this, I'm saving all of them contiguously. I'm not... actually, would I like to save them all individually? So I would have a list for site events, a list for here events, essentially a list for every one of these types. I mean, I guess that fits how I'm going to use it. I'm going to want all my site events. I'm going to want all my here events, all my sound events. Yeah, because I don't want to have to skip through. I don't want to have to load in everything I've heard. Or like, say I only want to respond to sounds for some reason. I don't want to have to worry about loading in all the site, all The other ones, just the one that I care about, right? Yeah, okay. It goes away. I guess I can just like track memory here to save on time. I think we typically do like max at the end. Yeah, no, okay. Writing that a bit silly there. Okay. Right, let's write get events type. Okay. Identifier path not declared in scope. Okay, yeah, this one probably needs to be written better still. So I'm not removing stuff here. Decay will handle removing stuff. So I guess let me implement I guess I can just return if the event count is greater than 0, then I would like to decay. So I also know that every sensory event has basically a flag that says whether or not it's been handled yet or not. So type, I guess just a response, which could be a one bit, 1 byte. Type, response, and data count size. So here's where I can probably start doing this. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Type, response. Zero is nothing. 0, 2, 3, 4. Good. Okay. Yeah, okay, this is where I need these constants. So why aren't you just vibe coding? I am vibing and coding. Type offset to size length is 2. Type offset is size length. Type length is 1. And then I have response offset is type offset plus type length. Response length is 1. And then data offset is, I guess, response offset plus response length. Data length is also 1. Okay. Size length plus type length. Let me do... I don't know, some like prefix here I think I really need. Is this dumb? Maybe. I don't know. Now documentation can go away. And this is just size. Okay. And then I kind of don't really even need any of this writing anymore, because it's all self-documenting. Maybe I don't even use the word offset. Like that's... probably enough without it. More confusing with it, I think. Okay, so I do decode type. Maybe E is actually better. Change these to E. Okay. Sensory logs, get type. Old log. Event index is... It's like, wait, this is actually... I say add to front of log, and I would like to do that. But I just realized what I'm actually trying to do here is I'm adding... I would go through my IDs, events, sorry, not even IDs, event indexes. I would go through all the indexes and add to them. Okay, so this is just kind of a mistake that I made. Add event to front of log, append array. Can clear this now, and then I would do update indexes. So I'd essentially just be adding the size of this one to everything's index. So I guess for I, yeah, I have to iterate through the size of this. In count of type. I would do event indexes I add the size of this one. And it's already computed for me, so I don't have to recompute it. Index IDs. So I guess this would be index IDs is a, oh, this is kind of wrong. Sensory logs is supposed to be type to packed byte array, and this one is supposed to be type to packed in 32 array. And I think I'm going to do the get or add instead. Gets a value and ensures the key is set. If the key exists, space like get, default is inserted into the dictionary and returned. Okay. Get events. I'm actually kind of realizing something. I think I should probably do not get. Yeah, let me do this. Because I may want to modify this array when I receive it. Like I may want to iterate it in reverse. So let's do a copy instead. Okay. So here when I do this, I actually want to get it directly. Type index is I plus equals size. Right. And then at the front, I think I add a 0. Is that right? Yeah. Hi, Yelia. And then I would do... Alright, here's the thing. Here's what I do. Because I have to move this forward. So for I in range, starting at this value, going to -1, -1. Or actually even I think 0. And I probably want to leave a note. So I'm guaranteed that my value is not 0. So index I would be equal to the previous one plus size. And the type index is 0 is 0. Right? Okay. I think that's all good. Apparently I don't use event index, which I guess, yeah, I don't. Apparently I don't use type, which is not true. I definitely am using that. Int does enum without cast. Using the as keyword. Alright, sure. Okay. Type indexes, get or add, we resize it so we have at least one element in there. And we start at the end. Oh, I guess it would actually be size -1. I feel like I wrote a reverse range before recently, and I know exactly where I wrote it. Yeah. Silly me. So if size is 1, we want to start at 0. There we go. Fix that. And I have the size here twice, so I'll go and track it. Right. Is that it for this? Oh, event count, I do want to increase it by 1 when I do this, so. Alright, so maybe I just move this all. I don't know, this is the serialization place. So I guess I leave that there. And I'm pretty sure I can use these before they're in a function, before they're defined, right? So yeah, down here I need to do my decay. Here's a good question. Can they forget about something before they've finished responding to it? I guess it's possible. Like you get up to go to the kitchen and then you forget what you were going there for on the way there. Yeah. So yeah, I think everything also stores a number of seconds. How long? How long? This is over 2 months. I think I'm at more than 2 months right now. I have stuff from August, and it's October now, so at least 2 months. But I think I lost about, I don't have a month uploaded. So it's like between, yeah, it's like 2 and 3 right now that I've been seriously working on it. Alright, so everyone also has an expire. Which is gonna be, I think, if it's number of seconds, how many seconds is this? How many minutes? Or this is hours, 18 hours. So I can remember something for 18 hours. Survival zombies or COD arcade zombies? It's gonna be more like that. COD arcade. You collect weapons and kill zombies, so pretty close. If I go one step higher, how long is this in hours? That's a lot of hours in days. Okay, maybe that's too many. Maybe 18 hours is sufficient. If this is tracked as seconds. And I can update the timers too. So I guess if a memory is never like reinforced or something, you know, air quotes reinforced, whatever that means, it can last for 8 to 10 hours before it's fully forgotten. So I'll do that. 2. Right? 2 bytes. A minimum expire seconds of... I don't know, what's like a reasonable default? Is there a default? Is there a default? Because I want to write memories and then I decay memories. So I guess I want to say at least one. Sure. All right. Yeah, let me actually say like event decay. So that I may want to call it from the outside too. Like a goal has an action to decay a memory. Possible. A possibility. And then this can go down here. I guess here's the thing. Delta would actually just be seconds. So I think when I call decay, I actually am tracking, I'm actually increasing a value here, increasing like a value of number of seconds. Actually, I think decay always comes in as seconds. Decay should always come in as seconds. I'm not going to have memories decaying in fractions of a second. It's always going to be full seconds. It doesn't match. So it should match. So then I would, I guess, get Okay, so I need the log. Okay. Event log. So we get the log, and then I would do a current time, or last time. I decode a U16 event plus E expire, and then I do encode U16 event plus E expire with a value last time minus. I guess I can just do this. Time is that minus equals seconds, and then if time is still greater than 0, we just write it back and return. Simple. Otherwise, here we have to remove it now, which means, or I guess not remove it. It would just decay the timer, and then this would call essentially, I only want to, because I could decay multiple memories at once. I guess maybe it's not a big deal. It would only be a big problem if I'm like decaying like a lot at once. A lot at once. Generally, it's probably just going to be one, sometimes maybe two at once that I'm removing. So what I will do is, if time is greater than 0, I write it back and I'm done. Maybe I get lunch right now and then work on this when I'm not hungry. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get lunch. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. Coming here to disturb you, you're not even here. Yeah. Dog decided after I made lunch that he wanted to go out, so I had to walk away again. Anyway, I've got food and I'm gonna eat. Hey, super furry. What should I call you? Should I call you super furry? Alright, I'll just say Specs then. Alright, be back. I'm back. Ready to go. Alright, so when I decay something and it reaches 0, I do have to remove it. So I can read the size of the event. I'll need that for sure. Should be a U16. Size. So now I know how much to cut away. So everything from 0 up to event, I keep. And everything after event plus size, I keep. And in between, it goes away. So let's make 3 copies or something. Pretty sad. I think, actually, okay. The real way that I should do this is read from everything after event and move it to move each byte forward, and then I would resize down. So now I don't have, now I'm only copying the end of the array and a resize. My first thought was just to copy the front, copy the back, combine them together. That would be 3 copies. Or 2 copies. It's probably not so fast in GDScript though, but they claim that this is compiled or something. So maybe it's fast. But at least writing it this way would help a transfer to C++ if I determine that this stuff is just too slow and I can't make it faster. Okay, so okay. So for I in range, starting at event, not starting at event, yes, starting at event plus size. So if my event starts at 1 and it has a size of 1, I would start at 1, okay, minus 1. Starting here, going to the end of the array, so this can just be a one-time thing, event log size minus 1. Move later ends forward. So we do event log event plus I is equal to event log event plus size plus I. So moving things forward. Or back to a lower index. So I guess what I can do is I can also check if this is the last event, if it has the highest index. The index array will be kept ordered such that the highest index is last. So I can find, that's one thing I will need to know. I need to know the index of this event in the index list. So this will just be event index. I guess more just event ID. Will be event indexes get type find. I gotta go to arrays to find this. I think it's likely. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's likely that I can read this from the back. What is B search? Trying to say index of value in the sorted array. Never mind. The array is sorted, actually. I do know this array is sorted, so I could do binary search. Yeah, that's actually... I know for a fact that this will be sorted. I keep it sorted. If before is true, the returned index comes before all existing elements equal to value in the array. Okay. True points to the first result. False points to the one after the last. The returned index comes before all existing elements. Is true. Points at orange. What? This is weird. Does it point to the first one, or does it point to the one after the last? Because then I would want that to be true. I would rather point to the one after the last. It's got to be in templates. It's not. Variant array. B search. Array span bisect. What? Seriously? This comes out, I think, to modules. No. I know exactly where it is. It's in core. Never mind. It's okay. I can literally just open it back up and find it. What is this? Vector? Oh. And then vector will point me to where I'm trying to go. Okay, right, it's in math. It's not in math. I'm just ultra dumb. Templates vector. And I think it's cow data is where I'm gonna end up. Vector, bisect, it's bisect, B search, custom, comparator of that type, bisect. What is span? Returns a span. Templates cow data span. Templates span. What? That was weird. Okay. Bisect. Bool before, if before. We do while low is less than high. Low is mid plus 1, high is mid. So we're pulling up, right? We're looking after. Compare a midpoint. Low is going up, high is going down. Why is it? It's actually a little weird. What is this? If compare. Oh, this is just flipped. They flip it, but it's the same thing. Man, this is weird. What is this? Alright, does this link me to where I want to go? Flashbang. Return to R minus 1. So this is low is less than high. Midpoint is low plus the floor of that, which looks like what... Whoops. Looks like what they do. Why did I come back to Gigamath? Yeah. Because they do this binary search, but I want the last element. Their default is to return the first element. And they use weird names. And they kind of do it wrong. They should probably return low minus 1. Trying to put some animations in Blender messing with me. I had issues with Blender animations. Once. I think I made a walk animation 3 times in a row. Because it kept getting messed up and I don't know why. I don't remember why. I know I did it like 3 times. So is this what they do? They do midpoint is low plus floor. Midpoint is low. I mean, kind of the same thing. High is mid. If compare this value is less than this value. Okay, I don't know. Whatever. I think I'm going to do this one and then subtract 1. I think that's what I do. Wait, can I do like... They don't have a swap method? Man, imagine if they had a swap method. Never mind. I was thinking it would just swap the first and last one. That doesn't make any sense. That's not how that works. Whatever. I guess this actually would be down here if event ID is less than this size. What do I do? Type IDs? This is weird. Let's do indexes. Welcome back, Yelia. Time is greater than 0. We just write it back. If it's 0 or less, I need to update the indexes and update the log. So I can find the position of this index, because I need to know that. And then I say if event ID is less than the number of indexes I have, then I know that I have to move later events forward. Okay. And on here, I would do trim log. Resize to event log. I get the size here. Log size minus the size of this one. Did I miss? Let me actually focus on what you're doing. First time in my life. Making a memory system for the NPCs. Yes. Currently writing the system that will decrease of basically a timer value and then delete the memory when it hits 0. But trying to do it in a way that's not going to be melting the CPU, copying arrays. Right, so I go from, I want to write everything after event, essentially backwards to the event. So starting at, okay, this is all a bit wrong. This should be I minus size, I plus event size. So event is at 0, its size is 1. So actually I would, that should be like that. Melt that. So they remember meeting you. I mean, not necessarily NPCs, more just that they remember, this is sensory memory that I'm working on here. Essentially, they can remember things that they've seen and things that they've heard. This part of forgetting is mostly for the smart zombie, because he's going to be the only one I think that's going to be really reading back to old memories. Also, just like, it's nice to keep memory low. Computer memory low. If you don't use 100% of your CPU, then you're getting scammed. Yeah. So I'm starting at event plus size. So if the event starts at 1, and its size is 1, so it's here. Starts at 1 and its size is 1, I would get 2. So I'd be reading from 0, 1, 2. I'd be reading here and writing back to event minus size. So it'd be 1 minus, or 2 minus 1. I think that's right. Dude, maybe Danilin just has you blocked, I don't know. He had enough. Guh. But better than Guh. Yeah, probably. If event ID is less, if we're not at the end, then we need to move things forward. And also I think even if it is at the end, it would still do nothing, right? It'd be like I equals 0 while or I equals 1 while I is less than 0. I is less than 1 or whatever it is. So I guess I don't even really need to do that, actually. That's fine. Trim log and erase index. Indexes. Is it literally, nah, I want to do remove. Remove at event ID. And then I would decrease the event count. What? What are you talking about? You're just saying random words now. That's just random words. Nine people denying the number 11. Yeah. I feel like this has got to be wrong. This is so easy to get wrong. It's probably right. probably right. Log size minus size. It's a Louis C.K. joke. Racist eyebrow, you getting something wrong, huh? It rarely happens. It's rare. Because I sit here and I stare at it for so long that I'll find any mistake I actually made. Okay, I'm sure this is right. I'm sure it's right. Decay. Okay. So now I think, honestly, what I should do is put like a breakpoint in here and test this, but I can't really test it. Yeah, I kind of have done this in a poor way, perhaps. I have to write everything all at once before I can test it. And I'm going to have a dozen bugs. All right, sensory memory is pretty much done there. Have faith on yourself. In yourself. That is how you say it. So I think I want event set expire. You're given an event and a value. Very simple. All right, maybe I go back to Vision and I start writing this out. So, cannot find. Am I clicking between the scroll bar or something? Like what keeps happening there? I don't know how I keep actually missing that. Start event site. Memory event. I guess this case would be like add time. Cannot. Oh. Set expire. Should document these. I guess what I do is, what do I want from this? Okay, let me write these together, I guess. Location, event. I guess these can just be kind of like part of the array, so I could add just locations. Yeah, I think down here is about where I start saying types and things like that. One, and then I would say D. Location size. Yeah, I think what I want to do is I want to do location is just going to be a specific point. Sun is so big and far away, but for some reason our render distance allows us to see it. Yeah, crazy. Unlimited render distance. Location, size. You know what? That like really just gave me a great idea for how to actually do, how you could do infinite render distance. Modeling after the real world. You would pick objects based on proximity, random, and just say like draw a pixel. I mean, is that ray casting? I guess it's probably kind of like ray casting. Ray tracing. You pick a random object and because when we do like telescopes to look at very distant things, we have to face the telescope at it for a long time to collect photons, because it's actually like so far away that you can count photons like as they come in, how slow that happens. And that creates noise too. So distant things look noisy, which is kind of accurate to real life. Anyway, weird tangent, whatever. Add location will be a vector 3. How do I know how big a vector 3 is? Oh no, wait a second. Well, I know that I have doubles. I guess memories don't need to store double precision. But does vector 3... I have to go look at the code because I'm not actually... I don't actually believe them, to be honest. I kind of don't actually believe them. A vector header data flag 64. Can you believe I watched the entirety of the Prometheus movie without knowing it had anything to do with the Alien series, and then had to Google it just because of the final scene? That's crazy. So when we write vector 3, encode real, tough. So it actually does change. That's really sad. I guess I can say encode float 32 and manually encode each part. That should work. Now, where was it? Not there. Back to byte array variant call. That's what it was. 1 second. I'm back. Where is it? I need to see one of these E's. Encode float, double value. Encode float. What is that? This might be the craziest thing I've ever seen. What is that? This is crazy. Okay, here's what I don't get. C++ tells... The documentation tells me that it's undefined behavior to read from something that is not the active member of a union. So why is Godot using this in multiple places? If it's supposed to be... If it is undefined behavior. Just do a pointer cast. A reinterpret cast. Why do they do this? I mean, this has just got to be bad practice, right? Okay, anyway, I want to do encode float, I guess. Which I know is going to be 4 bytes. Add location. Location size is going to be 4 times 3. Oh, a location actually stores... two of these. And I guess I document this. The dog just barked once and now he's not. Now he's quiet. That's rare. Yeah, location. Yeah. First is position, second is a direction. Each component is 4 bytes. There are 3 components, and then we have 2 together. Decode the size. Resize. Size plus delocation size. Event. Encode. Update our size. Resize for size, and then encode it back. Well, actually, I guess I do new size maybe makes more sense. So I update the size here. new size. This is actually some pretty standard stuff that I probably want to do a bunch of times, so I'm going to make this a helper function. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. Old size. Plus size. Resize to new size. Write the new size. Increase data count. And then I guess this is actually +1. Encode U8 at old size. So if old size was 5, that means index 4 was the last element. So yeah. Old size type. And then return old size +1. Okay. All right. So position, encode float, offset. I can't do this. Cool. I would like to write it like that. It looks a little bit silly, but this is a pretty acceptable way to write this. Because it's super repetitive, and that part is kind of not. It feels like if I forget one, it's like really obvious, like, oh, there's not one there, right? I'm forgetting to add to my offset. And then in this case, I don't need to increase it anymore. That's the last one. Right. Is this all still good? Decode U16, size. Encode U16 size, new size, encode U8, data count +1. Encode U8 old size, at old size, type. Because I've resized it for the size plus 1 byte for the type at the front. Cool. Alright, so vision, memory, add a location, event, my position, and my forward. And let's do add time. How do I want to, and then how do I want to retrieve this? I guess I would say event get location, and then I could pass like an index offset. So I pass 0, I'd say give me the first location in the list, give me the second location in the list. I would also like time. So I'll do that now. I'm like slowly shifting over to the left further and further. Alright, let me recenter myself at my desk. So do game time. If I say add game time, I kind of don't really need to pass the value, do I? So I have game time 2 make it one word. Game time I guess is technically like a really, I mean, if it's in seconds, how many seconds can there really be, you know? A 32-bit integer, unsigned integer, that gives me 49,000 days. It's probably good enough, right? World game time. So envision, just be add game time, nothing else. And then I guess I would want this. What is this? This is a location and a distance. Or sorry, this is a vector between 2 points and a distance, a length of the vector. Maybe this could be called like travel. This could be like travel, a vector 4. First 3 components are x, y, z, like an offset, and then the last one is the distance, or just the length, the pre-computed length. Right? Something like that. What's a word for this that's pretty general? I keep thinking of just doing like vector 3 length. Event add vector 3 length, which just is a vector 3 plus a length. Alright, well, okay. Why do I want this? I guess essentially what I'm really doing is I'm just writing a position. I'm writing a position and a single value. A single float. So maybe to say, instead of doing all that, I would say add position and add no. What about distance 2? maybe just vector 2. Like this. Like event add vector 2. Maybe that's good. Nah, maybe I just call it vector 4. I'll just say vector 4. Vector 4 would be 4 times 4. I'll basically just do this. Okay. Cool. And location. Maybe I even do game time, location vector 4. And then I would want facing. Because you have to follow you. Do I just do vector 3 now? Nah, I want to call it forward. The reason I'm doing names is so that when I'm coming back through this, I have like pretty good names for stuff, I guess. And I'm going to keep reordering these over and over again. I'll say I'm going to start that at 64. Man. Alright, I don't want this to be a vector 4. I actually don't want it to be vector 4. This will be add. I think travel is close to the word I'm looking for. Yeah, I'm going to call it travel. I'll add a travel vector. The first. Containing an XYZ difference in position and a W length. And W length. Okay. If he barks, he's getting locked in here. He just walked out. He's probably gonna bark. I can't really close my door because it just gets so warm. Yep, okay, 1 second. I'm back. Right, and that can be 3. It's not going to be add travel. Yeah, if count is 0, then we don't do anything. If we're doing this, then we know for a fact we've seen at least one point, which is going to be a travel. Essentially just the difference between this position and the position we saw it at. I guess it might actually be better to say containing the XYZ direction and a W length. That actually makes more sense. Essentially, my idea here is that we would take this direction, turn it a little bit, so we'd apply some small randomness to it, and then take the distance and apply some additional, like, deviation to it, essentially. Like a 1 or 2%, maybe more like a 5% deviation. So a long distance can have a huge variation. Short distance has very little variation. Same thing with the angle. I guess it would also be influenced by deviation. You would remember the direction better. Or I guess if you were orienting yourself to a direction, you would pay more attention if it's something that was far away. Be like, oh, I need to make sure I remember exactly what that was, right? If it's close, you might have a big variation. Essentially just to produce like a disk around the true position that the character would try to travel to. So just test division character. Just want to make sure the results here. Direction. Yeah, I'm just doing a direction. Yeah, so I think here I actually just do... I would just store it as normalized here right away. Oh, I do actually have a length squared here. And I'm not really dodging this. Okay, let me do this. Yeah, okay. So I have a direction and a distance. And I can recover this with a multiplication. I can recover the true thing with a multiplication. Just direction times distance. I guess to say if can distance be 0? Let's do this. I think what I want to do is, so if distance is close to 0, I will just do, essentially I'll just set direction to be forward, and, or I guess I set direction to be I direction. So for not approximately 0, otherwise distance is about 0. So I'll just set distance to be 0 and direction to be I direction. That's a bit better, right? Because I know I direction will be normalized. Right? So this still keeps the fact that distance is some value, and some value that's not -1, and then direction is still something. Instead of whatever infinite value would become. XYZ direction and W length, or I guess W distance. So travel vector, XYZ direction, and W distance. Now up here where I do this, yeah, I guess this is fine. I'm adding a bunch of directions together and then averaging them out. Though I guess it's possible for this to become 0 at this point. I guess I do still want this to be averages, but I guess just if average turns out to be about 0 here, I guess I would do it here. For approximately 0, then I do all this. I set us to I direction. Let me even say this. Travel takes a takes a direction, and distance float. Okay. So now here I would do var direction and distance. Here I do direction and distance. I guess at this point, actually only that one could be 0. I'll even leave a note. Averaging could change them to 0. So handle that. And then I will have to normalize it again. So expire, add game time, add location, add travel. And then facing. I guess this would just be a direction, or a forward is a good word for that. This. Removing that. Forward and then forward. Okay. I guess I can do this one too. Sensory, time of day. Right, time of day. Pretty similar to game time. Yeah, it's just a float. I could even store it as half precision, actually. is this? And Five Nights at Freddy's, whoever built that that place pizzeria. What? Though it would be a good idea to have doors that use power to stay closed. No. No. There's like very few times you would actually want that. Like a freezer, maybe. It might make sense for a freezer to need power to stay closed. Actually, maybe not. Maybe not even that. I was thinking if someone gets trapped in a freezer, you could turn off power and the doors would open. Just unplug it. But then if your building just loses power, then your freezer door opens and they would get warm way faster than normal. So I guess it need to be two things. Freezers have that suction thing? Yes, they do. But then they still have the lock on the front. Like the latch on the front that keeps it closed. Isn't there actually one for like... like a sun time? No. I just spaced out for a second. Okay. Encode half. Time. Make sure to say -1. Failed to save it. And make it very clear that it was a failure. Uncertain time of day. (16-bit floating point number as bytes at the index is 2 bytes. Time to open Blender and try to do it again. Good luck, man. I am rapidly falling asleep. Monster mixed with a Xanax. See, all I need is some Doom music. That's it.
He found no peace, and with boiling blood, he scoured the umbral plains, seeking vengeance against the Dark Lords who had wronged him. And those that tasted the bite of his sword named him the Doomslayer.
Event. I need to also add right response. Event expire. Go on YouTube search. Nah. Here's the thing about events. It's supposed to be that I do get event, and when I retrieve something, I have it kind of written here. Attack targets. I do get events. I do get I would do get event. I'm losing it. Get events as a packed array. Packed in 32 array. I was thinking what I want to do is maybe I make an object that just holds one of these logs. Because there's a difference. There's kind of an issue here where I have event. This should be called event set expire. This should really be called event set expire. Because that fits all of this. So this should be set expire. How do I do this? I get scene events. This has to be memory sensory. So let's call it sense memory instead. Too few arguments. Right. I would do sense memory, get events, or sight. Yeah, and this is behavior, memory, sensory, type, sight. And I want side events. So out of sense memory, I would call something like get event location, and I would pass I would pass the essentially I don't want to pull out I don't want to access this directly. I keep thinking like, oh, just give me the byte array and then I can call a method on it. I don't think so. And now it works. Very nice. That location. Okay. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm back. Standing time. Okay. So I would do... this was annoying because I would have to pass in the type here. And I would like not to do that. I also just don't want to get the array. That seems really bad. I mean, I guess there's not really any reason for me to be storing all these as separate arrays. I could put them all together. Because we're all going to be storing the same type of data. They just have different names. No, I do want them, they do need to be separate. I remember I said earlier, I want them to be separate, so if I want to just get the site events, I don't have to load in 4 times the amount of memory, essentially. I only have to pull in the memory for the site events and nothing else. So that's why it's separate. I guess I would just do get event location and have to pass in a type. I'll just do T. So I just save it like that. Get event location, a type, and an event. And that's all I gotta do. I mean, yeah, that is all I have to do. I would optionally be able to pass in like an index into this. So I could say, get me the second give me the first location, the second location, the third location. Starts at 0. And I guess just for usability, I'll have the default be 1. So first event, second event, third, and so on, right? Just so I don't have anything where I'm doing this and then I have a line later where I do 1, and you might be thinking, what's the difference, right? If I had this and then 2, then that makes a bit more sense, right? I'm like, okay, I want the second one. I want the first one, right? And maybe I just require that too. That's probably a good idea to require it. If I require it, then I can go back to just doing 0 and 1. Nah. I'll leave a default starting at 1. 1 indexed. So I actually don't want to delete that line though. So funny, this is called time location. Whatever. Sensory. Event add data. I guess right here I would say Hmm. Number, vent. I don't want to say index, I don't want to say offset, because those imply 0 is the first value. I'll call it which. Alright, so then here I would have definitely another helper here. Right. Sensory logs. What is all that? Oh, they must have made a mistake or something. That's weird. That is weird description to be showing for sensory logs. It's like showing the description as if I hovered type. Except in this case, type actually doesn't do anything. Which is really weird. Decode half, right? Wait, no, it's gonna be game time. That's it. Oh no, cool. Or -1 if the lacks given number of data type elements. So I do I equals, let me do this. I think I'm doing size as, no, size is 16. Okay, yeah. I will be right back. I'm back. Okay. Let's look at the size of the event. I get the data count. Then I would do I for an index is equal to, ooh, I guess I need something here that's like data array, B data plus E data run. So I would be event plus data array. And then I can do while I is not even actually that, just do I is 0. While I is less than size, I will do I plus data array plus event. So I get the type. Wait, what order do this in? Hey, right on Taylor. Where ka? What happened? Is that some spell? Uh, 62 out of 63. I will not be getting the last one. You completed it all? What is it? Completing a boss rush. Like you had to do everything in one session without dying or something? Super secret ultra bullshit boss. Okay. Is that the achievement though? You have to beat them all in one go? Like no save and quit? That's nuts. You could do it. 45 minutes? It's not even that bad. Yeah. Each attempt. Yeah. And how long does it take to get around 100 on zombies? I don't know. Done that a couple times. A couple times. 10 times. I get a feeling you say you're not going to do it, but you're probably going to try it a few times. I gotta get some water. I'll be right back. I'm back. Final boss is a crapshoot. Is it the true Sans boss? Worse than the Nightmare King? What am I doing here? Highest size. How do I store this? I should be saving. I encode the new size, the data type. I'm just getting the offset. But I do know the sizes. I guess I could do. I need like a mapping to skip so I know like my strides. Because otherwise it's kind of pointless. So let's do these strides. It'll be a dictionary of game time to the no, like this. Game time size. Can we not do that, please? Okay. Alright, so while I is less than size, when I store these event add data, all I do is at the old size, I encode the type. Yeah, so it's type, data, type, data, type, data, like that. You wait at event plus data array plus I. So I get the type. If I guess that's actually probably better to be called search. And then I will track. I guess I just can use which minus equals 1, then if which is 0, then I'm on the spot. So I can return the offset. Yeah, this is like a full offset. Here's the offset again, that type from event. From event. Yes, this should be I. And also a given data type. From event in the events array. Okay. So to get it, I would do return I plus 1. And then otherwise I do, or not really otherwise, but I just do I add the strides of data type. So I'm reading at 0, just first element, and then I would add the stride. So So it'd be like 2 or something. So I add 1, 0, 1, 2. Just to add one more. Yeah, because the stride doesn't include the byte that defines the type. So if I'm reading the type and the length is 2, I would read it basically type 1 byte, 2 bytes. So I have to add one more to get to the next one. Yeah. And while I is less than size, size of this event, right? Yeah. Data count. Why am I doing this check? I don't really know why I do this. Why I was saving this, what I needed it for. I feel like I kind of didn't need this, but since I have it, I guess I can use this here. If which is greater than data count, then I know for a fact it doesn't exist, so I can just return -1 right away. And then at the end of this, I have to return -1 again. I guess I kind of have like a backup too. Well, size is less than that, and data index is less than data count, just to be safe, I guess. Because it is possible size could be wrong, data count could be wrong, so I checked both of those to be certain I'm not really going over. Although I don't know, it feels like it's unnecessary. Feels like I don't need data count. I mean, just what did I think I wanted that for? I guess it makes sense if you have like fixed size elements. So if I knew that every element was some amount. Actually, yeah, size is wrong. Never mind. Size is wrong. I just realized. Size is the length of everything put together, so I'd have to do... It would have to be like... Let me do this. Let me do data index is less than data count. Then I would check here at the front. Why do I get size? I still need to make sure I'm not going out. I would need to check both of these. I don't know, man. This means I would have gone out of bounds. So I do decode that. Otherwise return I plus 1. So when I do this, I would do event maybe this should just be all of it together. Alright, let's do this. I is going to be equal to event plus data array, while I is less than size, and data index is less than that. I do I, turn I plus 1, so do strides plus 1, so on. So when I do this, I can just do offset. Instead of being weird about it. Size, events, decode size. Event, decode I starts at event plus data array. Well, I is less than size, and data index is less than data count, just for safety. If data type is equal to my search type, then I decrement 1 from which, and when it equals 0, then I'm at my spot, and I return I plus 1. And if I'm continuing, I add the stride of the data type I just found, add 1 more to go to the part after it, increase data index, and then the while should trip nicely for either one of these. Okay. So get event game time, I pass the type, I pass the event, and this value. Okay. And then I guess let's do location. Or just go down the list. Game time, time of day, location and travel. Maybe I should just kind of copy these and bring them up here. Get event time of day. Pretty similar. Get the time of day data. -1 if the event lacks time of day data, or which is greater than the number of time of day data stored. It'll be pretty similar to this, except I need that encode half, so this would be decode half, then code half, decode half. Return 0 if a valid number can't be decoded. That's not true. Anything can be an int. Everything is an int. Okay, this is weird. Oh, events, decode half. Event data, get type, time of day. The location. Get event location. Same thing every time. Oh, and this is supposed to return float. It's supposed to return int. Yeah, this returns 2 of these, so packed vector 3 array is what we get back. Location. Position. Decode floats. Just offset. None of that. This is location data. Returns empty array if the event lacks location data, which is good in the number of location data stored. Right. And these are going to be still gets. Get event travel. Returns. How do I do this? I just remembered Godot has destructuring like for match patterns. Do they have that with arrays? Let me see. I think they should really have this. Python has it. Because they have this. You could do like var A, var B, and this kind of thing. Tough. Not in there. Seems like it's not. Well... What is duck typing? Right. Oh, I didn't know they had iterators. Interesting. Right, whatever. Man, I'm falling asleep. Hmm. What do I return? 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 Let me just do an array. Value 0 is the vector 3 direction, and value 1 is the distance. I forget, do you get typed arrays? Alright, you can't say like typed array, one type and type, like 1 and 2 types. Can't do that. Without events, return the empty array. Not offset, return the empty array. Then I'm doing vector 3. This is all going to be decode float. And it's all going to be offset. Direction distance. Are those bad names since they both start with the same letter? I don't know, it's whatever. And I didn't copy this. Need to copy this. Returns vector 3 0. Did anything else return vector 3? No. 0. No. forward. And this needs, see, this is why I did it on the same line, so I can see very quickly if I've made a mistake like that. And this should be called get event forward. Okay. So I want to do the zombies AI yet? I think I already showed you them, like, seeing me and following me, but now I'm setting it up so I can actually have them be a bit more A and I. If you want to look at what I'm doing, essentially I have every physics tick, I do an update. I go through all of the senses on the AI and update them. So they will write memories. So if a sense sees a player, it would write that location to memory. And then I have a list of goals that I go through. They essentially just say, hey, I see this memory for a player. I want to activate my attack player goal. And then they do that. Should stream my Hollow Knight Pantheon of Hollowness attempt. Is that the achievement that you're doing right now that you just said you're not going to do it? Chill 45 minutes? Yeah. You could stream that yourself. Too hard. Not really. It's easier on Windows, that's for sure. Fine, I'll do it. You gotta watch. I'm streaming right now, I can't. I'm working. Alright, so these, right, what I'm looking for here is, dude, my eyes are glazing over scrolling through this. Events that expire. What about, right, I need that. Get event game time. Let me do this. Get event response. Provide a type. Pipe, vent, and that's it. And this returns an int. Maybe it should just be... Yeah, -1 is fine. Event plus E response. There we go.
In the first age, in the first battle, when the shadows first lengthened, one stood. He chose the path of perpetual torment. In his ravenous hatred, he found no peace, and with boiling blood, he scoured the umbral plains, seeking vengeance against the Dark Lords who had wronged him. And those
Yeah.
that tasted the bite of his sword named him Slayer.
Get event response. Does this have a lock anywhere? No. I swear this keeps deleting a line there. I have 2 lines there on purpose, and I swear it keeps deleting it. I think I just watched it delete it. I guess this can return bool. This is like all day just to get this thing set up. This is a lot. I should probably commit it at some point before I. All right, yeah, I'm just gonna save this right now before I accidentally type RMRF. What's changed in here? I'm not really doing like a full commit, I'm just adding everything. Okay, but I am gonna open world and then save the 3D scene to fix the stupid stuff that's happening right now. And close that. Because it just loves to keep... What? It still saved it anyway. Okay. Let's try that one again, Godot. Try that again. Try that again. There we go. It just didn't respect me the first time. What is different in project? Oh, right. Cool. Okay. I would be very sad if that all got lost. Yeah. All right. Site events. I don't really want location. I'm only looking for ones that I haven't responded to yet. I haven't started responding to yet. Well, I'm actually, okay, I'm looking for anything that I haven't started yet, or anything that I have started but not finished. Right? Let me do... I kind of need some response values. Just do enum. And I have no idea what else I'll store here. But there it is. Yes. Returns -1 if the event is not found. I just ignore these ones. Does that work? If response and 1, so this bit is set. I'm gonna say if response, I guess if not response. If we started and we're not complete, I kind of know right away that I'm going to return, I think. So I know right away. I want to be called first, I think. So I guess I can do failure goal priority high. I'll even leave a note here. Okay, and if the response is started, if the response is started and complete, okay, never mind. Actually, if response is not, response is started. If response is started and complete, sorry, and not complete. Otherwise, I can just continue. If it's a started response and it was completed, this needs to be not. Ignore. Ignore completed responses. So now we're going to check here if I want to respond to this, essentially. I could knock and ask you to collab streams. Like, what does that even... I don't know how that works. I didn't watch the videos. I'm probably gonna stop soon. When you do stop, come observe. I will. Honestly, I think what I'll do here is just say, keep it simple for now, and if I have any site, I will return. Okay. And then under perform actions, I will do... I gotta get this... If not sense memory, return. For iron range, sense memory count. Oh, this doesn't, this is wrong. I actually can just pull that out a level, because this is all... Yeah. That's not real. That's not real anymore. Okay. If we don't have a sense memory, we return. Otherwise, I will look through here. So to get on my site events, I'm looking for site events. Response -1, continue. If response is started, I guess what I do here is I would normally get the parent and do pathing on that. All right, no, I would say if we are started, I would do like call action. Okay, if I call an action, do I get a response? I guess so, right? I guess I could. Because if I'm creating an action and passing it by reference, once the call completes, I can check some value on the action. And say, like action check, navigation complete, and then say finish. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Here's a good question. Site events come in ordered, right? They're always going to be ordered. So if I check one, I would like to be responding to most recent site event, right? So if I have a new site event that I haven't started, I would set that as my target. And then I would say, if I have any other navigation events that have been any other... No, I can't really do that. I can't do that. Because if I have avoidance... well, I guess avoidance doesn't really do that, does it? Never mind. Oh, I don't know. I don't need to think about that. I can make it, I get there when I get there, right? Trust that this is a good foundation and you can build that if you need it. So if it's not started, I'll do a little bit here. As path. Or I guess I say has navigated false. If we have not started, then I want to say sense memory set event response t event response ORed with started. So I want to toggle it on and navigate to it. Just accept it right away. Or I guess I would actually say if not as navigated, then I would do mind act, and now I need an action. Behavior, action, navigate. What is an action? An action has nothing but a debug name. Yeah. So this just stores, I think. It's not even gonna have an export, it's just gonna have some values. It's literally just gonna store position vector 3 and that's it. If not has navigated, then I do and then I guess this could have an init. So we get a response. And then I need to get a, if we have not navigated, then I need to get the location we're trying to go to. So do var, what is it? I would go to, I want to navigate to what do I know? What do I know? 2 vector 3s, a position and a direction. Maybe what I do is I actually say, or I guess this would just be travel, right? I get a direction and then I get a distance and I have to get, yeah. I'd want to travel to where I saw the player, right? So I see them at travel and I see them at travel, essentially. Yeah, just get my travel. If not travel, I said you continue. I guess I might even say, if this one has no travel, I might even just say complete it. I don't think they have this. I think they don't have this operator. He's gonna complain to me later. Connect new. I think navigate probably takes a travel to, right? A direction and a distance that it wants to go to. That seems more correct to me. Cool. Okay. This definitely makes more sense because I would definitely rather say like a general direction and a distance I want to travel, so then I can vary that. So for something like hearing, I would just say, all right, I heard something in this direction, vary that. And distance, I guess, would be like a loudness of it. So loud sound, I might travel a long way. Maybe not even that. Maybe they would have just like a good guess of which way it's going. Who knows? Something. And then the zombie would be responsible for saying, all right, I want to go this direction, this distance. There's a character base, so it would do some kind of navigation on it. And it would actually handle... Nah, yeah, that would be like a special handle for the zombie. There's no like default behavior for that, I think. Right, we haven't started. If we have started something, let me even say this. If yeah, I should just say break. If response and sensory complete, break. If we haven't started, we do that. If we have started, I would want to action check or like get nav state, get navigation state. Or maybe I would do check location. So I would say, how would that work? I guess the action is to ask, did I reach my target? And if I have reached my target, then I say, all right, cool. This navigation is finished, or I finished this response, so we're done. I'll even just say to do here. This must be new. This must be new. This must have just been added because I'm pretty sure I've wrote that a lot and it's always told me no. Maybe it's bools. Maybe booleans can't do that. Yeah. Yeah. They're just dumb. That one's still not in there. Really sad. I mean, this can only kind of navigate at one place at a time, right? I was thinking, what if I end up with two goals? What if I ended up with two senses that both require a response? Like, I saw a player, I started chasing, I saw another player, I started chasing. When I flip, I guess. Maybe I say, if I start another one, if we have not navigated, as navigated is true, continue. If we have not started something, let me say if true or as navigated. Yeah, I think you should just replace true with a check if navigation is finished. Also do a note. Nah. I was thinking like, oh, but now I like have invalid state where I have some other sense that I started to respond to, but I never finished. That's actually fine, right? That's actually perfectly fine behavior. Right? Going back to the zombie who chases two players. She's chasing one player, he sees another player, he chases that player, he finishes chasing that player, the other player he never finished chasing, right? Maybe in a Smart Zombies case, they might look back at that and say, oh, I have this navigation I never quite finished. Maybe there's some clues over here, right? Like investigate clues or something. And he'll just go to any old navigations he didn't complete. If he's not currently navigating, that is. If he is not busy. So essentially the way I have it written right now, dog's just staring at me. The way I have it written right now is it checks basically just the very first event. If we completed it, we're done. If we haven't started it, we call it started. And if we haven't started a navigation this cycle, then we navigate to it. And I guess the idea here of doing this is I guess I might even say if not even doing this, actually. Because I want to keep it pretty simple and open. I just want to say I started this one and then I request to navigate. And then I don't touch anything else, right? I'm just going to the first, most recent thing and acting on that. Same thing here. Non-started event. Only respond to the first non-started event. Skip the rest. Hello, Commander. TVT. Yeah, I think if we hit a started one, this is where I want to do replace with a check if navigation is finished. Or just check if navigation is finished. But always break out. And otherwise I know all this is true. And yeah, I think I'm not really doing that. I need to write down what this is. Maybe I document it up here. Yeah, maybe that's the idea. Responds to sightings of targets. We'll navigate to the most recently seen targets. Yep, just navigate to the most recently seen target. Trying to relearn Rust using Python for 5-7 years, so this is a bit painful. Yeah, I was doing C++ and then I did Rust for a bit, and it was kind of too much for me. Events are well ordered. If we reach a completed response, we are done. Only respond to the first non-started event, skip the rest. So if we have a started event, check if it's complete, and then set the response to be complete. Maybe I'll even do this. Marks responses as complete when reaching the target. Marks responses as complete when reaching the last location of the target. It's good to have a home language for me. I really want some variety and better performance. I guess. It's definitely more like, if you're actually trying to do something crazy, then go for Rust. But I think if the idea is just performance, then Rust is, I think, probably overkill. Rust definitely seems more like you need something that's going to be safe. Like programming for systems that humans use, I guess. That like could be dangerous if it made a mistake. Then you'd probably want Rust. Check navigation finished, but always break out here. Okay, I feel like this is all. I feel like it's all fine. I don't know. I'm feeling a little suspicious. I'm feeling a little suspicious about this. Mostly doing simulation things, so Python hits performance limit quite quick. I don't know how true this is, but are you able to compile Python and then get better performance with the same code? Doesn't it have that? Okay, so it's in there. It is, I think, ready for me to ready for me to add it in here. And there's so much here. All right, let's just start with mind, behavior mind. Mind already exists in the parent. Oh. Right. Not really. Python compiles basically that it packs the whole interpreter to the programmer runs the code through that. I thought I saw some code once. I thought it was basically a bunch of defines. It would literally convert your Python into C. Of course, it would be really exploded and a whole lot more code than if you just wrote it in C. But at least, like, it's no longer interpreted. It's actually C code. Alright. I feel like I saw it once. Like a very vague memory of me scrolling through some Python source code. And I thought I was seeing like a bit where they were essentially just using defines to interpret the code. So like it would see an if statement and just output if with an open parentheses. And then it would do some other stuff. Maybe not necessarily with defines, but like they just read keywords and output code. Essentially just the same code that they would have run on the interpreter. Man, I'm really about to fall asleep. Yeah, man, I think I'm cooked right now. I think I'm actually cooked. What have I done in like the last hour? Okay, I mean, not like nothing, but jeez. I'm trying to stay awake for a few hours. Some days it just like hits me really quickly. I just am looking at code and my brain is just like, no, I'm not gonna read that. Like I can't understand. I'm just seeing symbols now. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm done. Alright, well, that's it. It means like I understand the code, but I can't do decisions. I'm at the point where I can't even read this anymore. I'm looking at it and I can't read it. Thanks for stopping by though. I'm gonna stop now. I'll be back tomorrow. early, hopefully. And hopefully be able to start actually testing this and getting it running. I'm really close to it. I pretty much just have to add the action processing to Zombie so that he can call navigation on his nav agent. Where's mind? Yeah. And I would set this up, add the senses, the memory, not the memory, add the senses and the goals, and then that should be all I have to do, which is only 2 right now. Just vision and then attack target goal. And then I'll find out if I like it or if I'm going to scrap it, I guess. All right. That's it. Goodbye.